Chapter 168. It was drizzling on the stage. How dare you deny what you've done? Lin Yinhuang's face was gloomy. Killing a bunch of villains is what a cultivator should do. But you, old man, how dare you ruin my reputation? I won't show any mercy later. When Jiang Chongkong stepped onto the stage, a majestic shockwave blasted out, causing the entire stage to tremble. You have a reputation too? Lin Yunhuang sneered. You're lying. You annihilated the Chu family and killed the disciples of the Lin and Jin families. You deserve to die. Cut the crap. Did you bring the 1,000 star stones? Jiang Chongkong asked coldly. Here they are. You can check them. If you have the ability, you can step over my dead body and take them all, Lin Yunhuang said coldly. A hidden star ring appeared, and he threw it to Jiang Chongkong. Jiang Chongkong held the hidden star ring. He felt that it was a little slippery, but he didn't pay much attention to it. He poured his astral energy into the ring and found that there were 1,000 high-grade, 5th-grade star stones inside. Fine. You said that I bullied in Dingbang. This time, I'll hand them over to him. The winner can take them back. Jiang Chongkong looked at Dingbang and said indifferently, There's no need to trouble President In. I've already troubled an old friend of mine. Lin Yunhuang said indifferently. Huh. Jiang Chongkong frowned. It's me. An old man walked out from the crowd and stepped onto the stage. His body was stooped and his face was wrinkled. I am Yin Tianshan. Yin Tianshan? It's him. The crowd was in an uproar. Back then, the Yun family was at the peak of their power. They were said to be stronger than any force in the tranquil province. Yeah, at that time, the Yun family didn't even give face to the major forces in the province. What a pity. That bastard from the Yun family caused the decline of the Yun family. The onlookers discussed among themselves as they looked at the hunchbacked old man with shock and pity. Jiang Chongkong frowned slightly. Just as he was about to say something, Yun Tianshan spoke. Chang Kaisheng can go ask around. This old man, Yun Tianshan, has a good reputation. Old Master Yun Tianshan from Jianghai is a man of his word. He has never broken his promise. That's right. Our Anding province doesn't bully small provinces. You can ask around about the old man's reputation. Old Master Yin, I trust you. And Dingbang also said. Seeing this, Jiang Chongkong could only toss the star concealing ring over. Sorry to trouble you. Yun Tianshan accepted the concealing star ring and left the arena. There were only 2 people left in the arena. Jiang Chongkong waved his hand, and a long saber appeared in his hand. Lin Yunhuang's expression was grave as he held his sword in his right hand. I respect your age. You make the first move, Jiang Chongkong said indifferently. Lin Yunhuang's face trembled as he said, I need to charge up this move. Do you dare to take it? I'll give you my permission. Jiang Chongkong stood with his hands behind his back as his saber floated in the air. Ha! Lin Yunhuang roared. His voice was like a clap of thunder as a majestic astral energy surged out of his body and soared into the sky. Among the crowd, Shi Yongxing had also arrived. He had a surprised look in his eyes. This is storing energy. He's clearly releasing his astral energy. The Lin clan has such a move? Why haven't I heard of it before? Li Changtian asked curiously. And Dingbang shook his head. I don't know either. That old thing is cunning. I'm afraid that Jiang Chongkong will suffer a loss. It's good that he suffers a loss. That fellow is too arrogant. Li Changtian's tone was complicated. You have no idea how domineering he was back in the Twisted Land. Even I couldn't stand it anymore. Jiang Chongkong wore an indifferent expression. Although he said that he would let Lin Yunhuang make the first move, he didn't let his guard down. The astral energy in his body was ready to erupt at any moment. Rumble. All of a sudden, thunder rumbled in the sky. Dark clouds rolled, and the drizzle turned into a torrential downpour. The sky was dark and strong winds were blowing. The surrounding temperature was dropping rapidly. Not good. That old thing is really despicable. He's waiting for the rain, and Dingbang exclaimed. That old thing must be watching the weather forecast. Ji Young-sung couldn't help but curse. Li Changtian took out his phone and looked at it. It's true. Today's thunderstorm and Lin Yunwang's astral energy will definitely suppress Jiang Changkong's astral energy. The cultivators in the surroundings wore grave expressions. Many of them knew that Lin Yunwang was despicable, but no one said anything. Although Lin Yunwang was here for revenge, he was, after all, a member of the tranquil province. As for Jiang Changkong, no one had a good impression of him because of Lin Yunwang's words. This move. Chiang Kai-sheng, watch out! Lin Yunwang roared. Under the guidance of his astral energy, the rain covered the entire stage like a raging river. Under the guidance of the astral energy, the rain gathered and formed into a massive sword ray. I've heard that old man Lin is despicable and shameless, but I've finally seen it with my own eyes. Jiang Changkong said indifferently. The astral energy of the sun surged out from his body and evaporated the rain around him. However, the sky was filled with rolling lightning and heavy rain. Coupled with Lin Yunwang's astral energy, his blazing sun astral energy actually dimmed a little. Pay for the death of my Lin clan's disciple. Lin Yunwang controlled the massive sword ray to absorb the rain and slashed it down. You're underestimating me too much. Jiang Changkong said indifferently as the astral energy within his body surged once more. At this moment, all of his astral energy had been converted into the astral energy of the sun. The terrifying astral energy swept across the stage, evaporating the rain. The spectators' faces changed as they frantically retreated. How is this possible? Just how powerful is Jiang Changkong? Li Changtian widened his eyes. He's infinitely close to the late phase. This person's strength has exceeded my expectations. Ji Young-sung squinted his eyes. Rumble. Boundless astral light shone brilliantly as the terrifying astral energy swept out, causing all the rain to dissipate. Blazing sun! Jiang Changkong shouted and slashed out with his saber. He gathered the boundless energy of the sun and slashed out with the blazing sun saber. Rumble! The blazing sun saber and the water sword ray clashed. An earth-shattering explosion rang out as a shock wave spread out. The spectators immediately retreated. In an instant, the stage collapsed and countless rocks flew in all directions. Uft! Blood splattered everywhere as astral energy swept out. Lin Yunwang was blown away like a broken sandbag. Boom! Lin Yunwang fell to the ground with blood gushing out of his right hand. His face was filled with fear. When the astral energy dissipated, a golden sun appeared in the sky. Jiang Changkong stood under the sun, bathing in the golden radiance. Wherever the golden light passed, the gloomy sky brightened up, shining through the dark clouds in the horizon. You're pitifully weak before strength, said Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong said indifferently. His saber vibrated, and the blazing sun above his head transformed into a red sunset. One saber sunset. Lin Yunwang's face was filled with fear. I admit defeat. You've won! Since this is a life-and-death battle, then the winner will live and the loser will be buried. Jiang Changkong coldly said. As the sunset blade descended, it instantly engulfed Lin Yunwang. Everyone was shocked. Lin Yunwang was killed just like that? And Dingbang and the other two were also dumbfounded. It ended just like that. Lin Yunwang had looked at the weather forecast, but Lin Yunwang was killed with just 2 slashes? Didn't you say that he would suffer a small loss? Asked Li Changtian. He wanted to see Jiang Changkong suffer, even if it was just once. And Dingbang was speechless. Who knew that Lin Yunwang would be so terrifying? Lin Yunwang was the one being suppressed by the sun's astral energy. Chapter 169. Under the scorching sun, There was only a handful of ashes and a long sword left. Jiang Changkong put away the long sword and said calmly, "You should give me the Star Stone." "Here you go. You're a young genius. I can't compete with you." Yun Tianshan sighed and handed over the ring. "Can I bring the ashes back?" Jiang Changkong took the ring. It wasn't as smooth as before, but the Star Stone was still there. "Go ahead." "Thank you." Yun Tianshan put away the ashes and left. Jiang Changkong took the Star Stone and left. The onlookers looked at him with a complicated expression. They were deeply shocked by the 2 slashes just now. No one said anything. They turned around and left. Jiang Changkong didn't say anything. There was no one in the tranquil province who could fight. He took the Star Stone and left. "Changkong, I'm on your side." And Ding Bang ran over. "Don't take Lin Yunwang's words seriously." "I know. It has nothing to do with you," Jiang Changkong said calmly. As a president, he had to be thick-skinned. How could he talk about it when someone robbed him? It was most likely that someone from Budokai had spread the news and Lin Yunwang had found out. "Congratulations, Brother Changkong. I knew you would be able to deal with it easily." Li Changtian changed his tone in front of him. "Congratulations." Ji Young-sung walked over with a smile. Then he was stunned. "Are you injured?" "No." Jiang Changkong had just opened his mouth, but he vomited a mouthful of golden blood. Blood also seeped out of his nose. "What's going on?" And Ding Bong's expression changed. "Don't tell me you're really injured. Were you trying to hold on just now?" The scorching sun and the mighty star power filled his body in an instant. A strange power was corroding his internal organs in his body. If it weren't for his indestructible body, his internal organs would have been destroyed before he could even react. The Tai Chi diagram appeared and forcibly suppressed the corrosive force. Barely suppressing it, Jiang Changkong's face was gloomy. "Damn it, I still fell for it. What's going on?" Ji Young-sung asked with concern. "A force is corroding my internal organs. I can only suppress it for now." Jiang Changkong's face sank. Even the Taiji painting could only temporarily suppress this corrosive power. If he wanted to dispel it, he would probably have to use the gold-silver Taiji diagram. Corrode the internal organs. This is the poison of the sinful realm. There's no cure for it in the Peace Province. How did Lin Yunwang get it? Ji Young-sung's expression changed. Sindomaine's poison? What's that? And Ding Bang was confused. Yun Tianshan, Li Changtian's face turned gloomy. Didn't that person from a Yun family go to the Sin domain? "Don't follow me. I'm going to detoxify myself," Jiang Changkong said and left in a hurry. "Changkong, I'll ask someone to help you suppress it for a day." "I'll ask my family to bring the antidote," Ji Young-sung said. "No need," Jiang Changkong said and used the mystic yang steps and the Yuling art. He disappeared in an instant. He didn't go to the abyss. Instead, he left Peace City and stopped in a bush. The Tai Chi diagram appeared in his body at the same time and entered the Tai Chi diagram. The black and white Tai Chi diagram absorbed the 2 energies and turned gold and silver. The Taiji diagram's might multiplied. Strands of strange corrosive power were expelled from his body. When the corrosive force came into contact with the weeds, they withered instantly and emitted a foul smell. Jiang Changkong heaved a sigh of relief. The Tai Chi diagram could be detoxified, but it would take some time. As the corrosive force was expelled, the invincible Vajra activated automatically to repair and strengthen his internal organs. Time passed, and it wasn't until 8 at night that the Tai Chi diagram expelled the last trace of the corrosive force. It's impossible to guard against it. The problem should be with the ring. Jiang Changkong's face darkened, but why didn't it erupt at the beginning? It didn't feel slippery anymore. The more he thought about it, the colder his heart became. "I'll restore my strength first, then kill Yun Tianshan and ask Ji Young-sung." Jiang Changkong thought. It took a lot of astral power to expel the corrosive force. However, even if Xiaoqin searched, he would not be able to find Yun Tianshan. He might have already escaped. He sent a message to Tang Ruashi, and she replied quickly, "Where are you? Are you okay?" "I'm fine. Yun Tianshan was the witness today. I want to thank him, but I can't find him," Jiang Changkong said. "Give me half an hour. I'll help you find him." Tang Ruashi replied. Jiang Changkong was relieved to restore his strength. Tang Ruashi was now Professor Yun's assistant. She didn't have many connections, but she could use them to research. In less than half an hour, Tang Ruashi sent a message saying that Yun Tianshan was still in Pingan City. He didn't run. Jiang Changkong was a little surprised. Did he think he was going to die? Well, it was convenient for him if he didn't run. Jiang Changkong closed his eyes to restore his astral power. 2 hours later, the astral power in Jiang Changkong's body was restored, and so were his injuries. Fortunately, his invincible Vajra body was strong enough, and it was only a minor injury. After changing into black clothes, Jiang Changkong quickly went to Pingan City. He knew who poisoned him, but he had no evidence, and the scene had already dispersed, so he couldn't go through normal means. So, he could only use a sock puppet. It just so happened that he could exercise his 3 moves. After entering Pingan City, Jiang Changkong went straight to where Yun Tianshan was. A luxurious villa was brightly lit. Jiang Changkong went directly to the villa. He heard Yun Tianshan's voice. "Old friend Lin, you really used your backup plan." "Jiang Changkong, I've sacrificed my whole life in exchange for your life." Buzz. The door opened silently, and cold air came in from outside. A layer of silvery white ice quickly formed on the ground. "Who is it?" Yun Tianshan was shocked. He looked at the ice and was shocked. The power of Yin, the Yun family? Jiang Changkong, dressed in black, stepped into the villa. The Tai Yin blade released waves of cold air, and the Yugai swayed. "Who asked you to poison me?" Jiang Changkong said coldly. "Lin Yunwang." Yun Tianshan's expression changed slightly. "The Yun family of Yin has nothing to do with Jiang Changkong, right? Are you going to kill me for him? Is Lin Yunwang worth using such a despicable method?" Jiang Changkong's voice was cold. Yun Tianshan's face darkened. "Don't push me too far, Yun Tianshan. This is the Ping and city of the Tranquil Province. The moon shadow." Jiang Changkong didn't say anything else. The Tai Yin blade flashed. The shadow of moonlight lit up in the villa, but it quickly disappeared. "You!" Yun Tianshan's expression turned cold. Just when the astral power in his body was about to burst out, the extremely fast blade arrived in an instant. The blade cut the throat, but it was not injured at all. The power of Yin spread from inside to outside and turned into an ice sculpture. Jiang Changkong went to the ice sculpture and found a ring on his hand. There were 100 upper-grade, 5th-grade starstones in it. He didn't find anything else, so he turned around and left. After leaving the Pingan City, Jiang Changkong entered the abyss to hunt for the star demon. On the other side, Ji Youngsung, Li Changtian, and Dingbang gathered together, frowning. "It doesn't matter if Jiang Changkong dies or not. I still want to rope Jiang Changyue in," Ji Youngsung said. "Give up. Jiang Changyue is obviously the same as Jiang Changkong. He won't be roped in," Li Changtian sighed. "Even if we can't rope him in, we still need to know how he cultivates." Ji Youngsung frowned and said, "The more I think about it, the more I feel that something is wrong. There's something wrong with his astral power." "Something's wrong? Is it fake?" Li Changtian asked curiously. "No, his astral power is stronger than the astral power cultivated by the Cold Moon Art. After obtaining the Cold Moon Art, there are already people in his family who have switched to the Cold Moon Art. Moreover, he can cultivate the Cold Moon Art to this level. It's very likely that he has a follow-up method." Ji Youngsung frowned and said, "Young masters," and Dingbang said softly, "after talking for so long, have you ever thought that Yun Tianshan will die?" The two of them were slightly stunned, and their expressions changed drastically. Why didn't you say so earlier? Go to Yun Tianshan's place quickly. Would Yun Tianshan die? According to Jiang Changkong's story, Jiang Changyue's feelings for Jiang Changkong were definitely not ordinary. Jiang Changyue would definitely kill Yun Tianshan. Chapter 170. When the three of them arrived at the villa, a wave of cold air sent chills down their spines. An ice sculpture stood in the room, its eyes wide open, filled with fear. He really killed him. And Ding Bang muttered, and he charged into the city to kill him. Luckily, he did not continue to seek death by challenging Jiang Changkong. This was brutal, charging into the city to kill, completely disregarding the surveillance and Federation's laws. Extreme in cold chi, such attainments. Ji Young Sung's expression was complicated. He pressed on the ice sculpture with one hand, attempting to dissipate the cold air, but he retreated upon contact. Upon contact with the ice sculpture, the cold air would spread, and with his strength he was unable to withstand it. Completely unscathed, truly completely unscathed, Li Changtian surrounded the ice sculpture and exclaimed, "This is truly a martial art that kills without spilling blood and leaves no wounds." Strange, and Ding Bang said solemnly, "And there are no signs of fighting." He did not receive one move. Ji Youngsung said, "Jiang Changkong did not lie. Jiang Changyue's strength is above his." "What should we do now?" Li Changtian asked. "This corpse, I need to send it back to the Yun family and let them research his extreme Yin star power," Ji Youngsung said. "Go and investigate. Where did Yun Tianshan's Sin domain poison come from, and if that person from the Yun family has escaped. Leave it to me. For something from the Sin domain to leak out, it means that it cannot wait to die." Li Changtian nodded, stood up, and left. "What about me?" And Ding Bang asked. Ji Youngsung ordered, "Go to the abyss. Think of a way to find Jiang Changyue and Jiang Changkong." And Ding Bang received the order and headed to the abyss that very night. On Jiang Changkong's side, he had already killed dozens of star demons. His essence, chi, and spirit increased so slowly that he didn't even want to kill anymore. His relationship with Ding Bang wasn't good enough. Otherwise, he would have asked him how many starstones he had. Show filial respect to Li Changtian? This was obviously not all of his filial piety. How would he have any star stones left if he gave all of them to the emperor? To be able to squeeze out a little every time. What filial piety was this? Moreover, according to what Ding Bang had said before, the star stones he had just received proved that this guy had a fixed income. If a mature and large-scale Budokai collected one star stone from each person, there would be 100 star stones in total. Budokai in Pingon City had been around for a long time. Even if it squandered a lot of the wealth it had accumulated over the years, it still had some left. In this way, Ding Bang was likely to be the richest of the three. As for Ji Youngsung, he was already so poor that he had to ask Li Changtian to borrow starstones. As for Li Changtian, he wasn't very rich, but his status wasn't low. His family should give him living expenses and operating funds, right? If it weren't for the fact that these people from big provinces were always trying to rope him in and doing dangerous things, he really wanted to make friends with this kind of rich people. According to Yao Meng, in the future, those geniuses from big provinces might die. If there were benefits, he would participate in such dangerous things, but he wouldn't sell his life for others. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. He didn't like to put his life in the hands of others. His phone rang. Jiang Changkong glanced at it. It was Ding Bang calling, but he didn't answer it. He continued to kill the star demon. His phone kept ringing. In addition to Ding Bang, Tang Ruashi was also calling. It wasn't until dawn that Jiang Changkong answered Tang Ruashi's phone. He said in a weak voice, "Sister Ruashi, Changkong, I heard that you were poisoned. Where are you now? Why don't you go to the research institute?" As soon as the call was connected, Tang Ruashi's voice was heard. Professor Yin was in the research institute. ordinary poisons could be cured. I'm fine now, Jiang Changkong said gently. The poison has been expelled. I've recovered. That's good. Where's Jiang Changyue? Is he by your side? Tang Ruashi asked with a hint of nervousness. I haven't seen him since I woke up. What's wrong? Does Ji Young-sung want to see him again? Jiang Changkong said lightly. Yun Tianshan is dead. He turned into an ice sculpture. There are no injuries on his body. According to the surveillance, he was killed by Jiang Changyue. Tang Ruashi said, solemnly, the Law Enforcement Bureau has found the abyss. They hope to talk to you. I'll be right back. After speaking, Jiang Changkong hung up. He took off his black robe and went to the stone house of the research institute. It was too evil to enter the city and kill someone, even if Yun Tianshan had poisoned him first. However, there was no evidence. The Law Enforcement Bureau would definitely question him. Jiang Changkong had already expected this. He did not care. Unless he exposed himself, no one would be able to find out. When he came to the stone house, there were many people other than the research institute team. Li Changtian and the other two were there too. Changkong. When everyone saw him, they quickly went up to him. Are you really fine? I'm fine. The poison has been neutralized. Jiang Changkong smiled. Look at me. Do I look like I'm in trouble? Chang Kaisheng, hello. I'm in show from the Law Enforcement Bureau of Pingon City. A middle-aged man walked over with a heavy expression. I have something to ask Chang Kaisheng. Is it convenient? Behind in show, there were a few martial artists. The weakest was at the Stargate level. As for in show, Jiang Changkong could not see through him. It's my responsibility to cooperate with the Law Enforcement Bureau's investigation. Jiang Changkong said calmly, if you have anything to ask, feel free to ask. And Shou nodded slightly. Please tell me where you and Jiang Changyue were last night and where he went in the end. I was accidentally poisoned yesterday. I wanted to find a place to force the poison out, but I didn't expect him to be nearby. I couldn't force the poison out by myself. It was him who helped me out. Jiang Changkong pondered for a while and said, after that, according to him, he fainted after the poison was forced out. He did not know what happened after that. As for looking for Tang Ruashi to ask about Yun Tianshan's residence, he said he did not know. He was unconscious at that time. When he woke up, he was woken up by the sound of a phone. Jiang Changyue was nowhere to be found. The poison of the Sin domain, he deserved to die. Li Changtian interrupted, and Shou's expression was heavy. This is a serious matter. I will investigate it personally. Since I have already asked, I will not stay any longer. With that, and Shou left with the people behind him without hesitation. They left just like that. Jiang Changkong was startled. He had thought of a lot of things to say. In the end, he could not use them anymore. Of course they left. Compared to Yun Tianshan's death, the poison of the Sin domain is more serious. Ji Young-sung sneered. I have already asked someone to investigate. That person from the Yun family did not escape. He is still in the Sin domain. Someone should have helped to send him out. But who would be so daring? Li Changtian pondered. Jiang Changkong asked curiously, what kind of place is the Sin domain? And Ding Bang was also curious. That person from the Yun family, there has been no news of him for more than 10 years. Did he go to the Sin domain? The Sin domain is also known as the land of exile. All the evildoers from the Federation will be exiled to the Sin domain. Unless there are special circumstances, they will never be able to return to the Federation. It can be said that they are left to fend for themselves. Ji Young-sung said indifferently. Then the punishment is too light. Jiang Changkong curled his lips. It's just a change of place to live. Furthermore, it's a place with no restrictions. And Ding Bang nodded his head. That's right. It's better to just kill him. It's a pity to kill him. Ji Young-sung smiled and shook his head. If you guys had committed a huge crime and were exiled to the Sin domain, you would know how miserable it is. Li Changtian replied indifferently. A group of heinous criminals living together. If President were to go there, I'm afraid he would not live past a day. Young Masterly, you are looking down on me. Although I cannot compare to that person from the Yun family. But if he can survive, why can't I? And Ding Bang said unhappily. Back then, he was only at the initial stage of the star spirit realm. Chang Kong, this is the information on the Yun family. Ji Young Sung passed the phone to him. Chapter 171. Jiang Chang Kong took the phone and checked the Yun family's information. There was very little information, only about 1,000 words or so, but more than half of it was about a person's introduction. Yun Bugui. More than 10 years ago, the peerless genius of the Yun family was said to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the geniuses of the major provinces. 18 years old, early-stage star spirit. This was similar to what Yao Meng had said. An 18-year-old star soul was generally only found in major provinces. One had actually appeared in the tranquil provinces, Yun clan. Because of this genius, the Yun family flourished for a period of time. An entire younger generation of the tranquil province looked up to Yun Bugui. Even some of the prodigies from the major provinces, including the proud daughter of the Si family, had acknowledged Yun Bugui's talent. Such a genius should have led the Yun family to glory. It might not be possible for the Yun family to be as powerful as the great Jian province, but it wouldn't be a problem for them to be slightly more powerful than the great Jian province. However, who would have thought that Yun Bugui would be too arrogant a decade ago? He was so arrogant that he didn't give face to anyone in the Stability Province, and he even wanted to snatch some resources that he fancied. In the Tranquil Province, the various powers were intertwined and the relationships between them were complicated. Not to mention that it was too exaggerated. Just look at Ding Bang and he could pull out a Li Changtian. In this day and age, who didn't know a few amazing people? This was just the beginning. Yun Bugui's talent was indeed terrifying, and he had defeated many prodigies from the major provinces. Then he became arrogant, thinking that the geniuses of the major provinces were only SOSO. He directly entered the major provinces and challenged the geniuses of the major provinces. Therefore, it provoked the little perverts of the big provinces back then. After that, it was the start of the tragedy. Yun Bugui was beaten up by these perverts one after another. His talent was strong, and the geniuses of the major provinces all acknowledged it, but not his character. Moreover, none of those little freaks were inferior to him in terms of talent, and they were all nurtured by great forces. It would be strange if he could beat them. After his defeat, Yun Bugui's heart was twisted and he showed signs of going crazy. After returning to the Tranquil Province, he began to mercilessly exploit the resources of the various powers within the province to strengthen himself. In the end, they even extended their hands into the Federation's industries. Then tragedy befell him. The Federation sent over a dozen pinnacle astral spirits to crush him and throw him into the Sin realm. What a pity! What a waste of talent! After reading it, Jiang Changkong felt a little regretful. He felt pity for the talent, not the person. Look at Ding Bang. How many times had he been beaten by him? Yet, he was still living like a heartless person. Ji Young Sung said calmly, in the long history of mankind, which era didn't produce one or two monsters, he's nothing. Just like the Si clan, there are only two in this generation. Li Changtian said, faintly, indescribably envious. Ji Young Sung laughed heartily. In this generation of the Si family, there were indeed two proud daughters of the heavens. Their talents were terrifying. There are two monsters here as well. And Ding Bang muttered softly, Chong Kong and Chong Yue? Yeah, these two fellas have far surpassed Yun Bugui. Li Changtian said sourly, how nice it would be if I had the talent. Jiang Changkong smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Ji Young Sung continued. However, the mastermind has not been found yet. Changkong, you have to be careful. I will be careful. Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Are you guys done chatting? If so, let's get down to business. Tang Ruashi said. We're done chatting. What's the matter? Jiang Changkong asked. He didn't take Yun Bugui's matter to heart. It had been more than 10 years. So what if his strength had increased? He was in Sin Domain and couldn't return. It was impossible for him to find trouble. Professor Yun sent a letter. The mineral vein detector has been completed, but you guys need to complete the mission first. Tang Ruashi held her phone and said, I'm worried that you guys won't do the mission for the mineral vein. If the mineral vein was a medium-sized one, and they could get a share of it, the mission reward was nothing compared to it. There are no star demon within 5 miles. This is troublesome. Jiang Changkong pondered. It will take a few days. You guys leave first. And Ding Bang nodded. It will be troublesome to clean it up. Also, we can't guarantee that we won't attract a late-stage spirit star demon. We will leave. Tang Ruashi and the rest nodded. All right, there's no time to lose. You guys get ready to leave. I'll discuss with President and about our next move. Jiang Changkong thought for a moment and turned to Ndingbang. And Dingbang frowned. Chiang Kai-sheng, don't talk about how much. Although you're strong, you're just one person. I have 100 brothers to feed. There are no star demon within 5 miles. Why don't we each take charge of half of the area? We'll split the points according to how many star demon we kill. How about that? Jiang Changkong suggested. This. And Dingbang pondered. Jiang Changkong was very strong, but he was just a single person. With his strength and some equipment, he should be able to beat him easily. It seemed that he had a better chance of winning. If it were a duel between 2 presidents, he would have no chance of winning if the points and starstones were split. Li Changtian, his backer, was obviously unreliable. He had even been beaten by Jiang Changkong. Ji Young-sung wanted to rope in Jiang Changyue, but he couldn't go against Jiang Changkong. And Dingbang hesitated no more. Okay, it's settled. How do we divide the area? Ji Young-sung said lightly. Changtian and I will be the notary. We'll use the stone house as the dividing line. Write the contract, Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Okay. And Dingbang nodded and signed the contract with Tang Ruashi and the others as witnesses. Jiang Changkong put it away with satisfaction. He could definitely take up more than half. He said, Why don't we make a bet? What bet? And Dingbang frowned. Let's use our harvest as the bet. Whoever kills more and of higher quality will get the other party's harvest, Jiang Changkong said. No, I never gamble. And Dingbang shook his head. You're the president of Budokai. How can you be so stingy? Jiang Changkong said with disdain. What's wrong with letting me make some money? How about I bet with you? Ji Young-sung smiled. You? Are you going to fight too? Jiang Changkong frowned. How about this? I'll ask 2 mid-stage star power cultivators to come and assist President in. You can ask Jiang Changyue to come and help you. If you lose, you'll ask Jiang Changyue to sell you guy to me. If you win, you can have all the harvest. Ji Young-sung smiled. I'm obviously at a disadvantage. Not only will I lose my harvest, but I'll also have to bring Changyue down. Jiang Changkong shook his head. I'll add more starstones. No, if he knows that I'm betting with you guy, he'll probably kill me. Jiang Changkong shook his head again. You're not going to bet 3,000 starstones of upper grade? Or are you not confident in yourself and Jiang Changyue? Ji Young-sung said with a smile. Haha, you're goading me. I won't fall for it. How about 5,000? What kind of person do you think I, Jiang Changkong, am? 6,000 is the most I can offer. Besides, they're only mid-stage star spirits from Ping'an City. They're not from the Feng family. How much? 6,000. I'll fall for it. Go and invite them. Ji Young-sung was speechless. Sure enough, this guy only recognized starstones and not people. Just a moment ago, He kept saying that Jiang Zhangyue would chop him to death, now that he had star stones. Did he not want Jiang Changyue anymore? It was really sad. Jiang Zhangyue was such a genius. But why would he take a fancy to him? Chapter 172. If Jiang Changyue was really his friend, Jiang Changkong definitely wouldn't bet. But Jiang Changyue was his disguise. That was him. Now that someone was giving him star stones, there was no reason not to accept it. Near the stone house, there was still some distance from the area where the late-stage spirit star demon appeared. Even if the star demon really came, with his terrifying 5 senses, it wouldn't be a problem for him to run away in advance. He wasn't in a hurry. Ji Young-sung still had to hire someone. Jiang Changkong also pretended to go out. When he came back, his face was covered in dirt and he had a trace of cold aura. What happened? Ji Young-sung and the others were shocked. Seeing him in such a sorry state, they wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. Nothing. I just tripped and fell into the lunar cold pool. Jiang Changkong said calmly. The scorching sun star power was activated and the cold aura was dispelled. Haha, you got beaten up, didn't you? Li Changtian gloated. It's none of your business. Jiang Changkong was a bit annoyed, but in their eyes, he was obviously trying to cover up. He must have been beaten up. Who asked you to take out you guy as a bet? You failed. Ji Young-sung was a bit disappointed. It seemed that Jiang Changyue was still rational. It wouldn't work if he wanted to win you guy with a bet. How is that possible? Jiang Changkong snorted and a lunar long blade appeared in his hand. The hilt was decorated with you guy. I gave you this blade first. You win. You take it. Ji Young-sung, Li Changtian, and Ndingbang were dumbfounded. Did he really give it to him? The 3 of them looked at him with complicated expressions. Their eyes were red, and they looked at him with jealousy. Why? Why is God so unfair? How could such a prodigy be so *king loyal to you? First, he killed for you. Now he even took out his treasures for you. Why don't I have such friends? Jiang Changkong frowned slightly when he saw the gazes of the 3 of them. Don't tell me that you don't have star stones. Definitely. I'll let you see it by tonight at the latest. Ji Young-sung took a deep breath and said, My 2 friends will be here soon. President, and do you have any objections? Jiang Changkong looked at Ndingbang. No, Mr. Ji's idea is my idea. And Ndingbang quickly said, This was a good opportunity to curry favor with him. Moreover, with the help of 2 middle-stage star spirits, victory was assured. Where's Jiang Changyue? Why only the Tai-in saber? Ji Young-sung looked puzzled. Jiang Changkong's face was slightly pale, but he forced himself to be calm. He won't do anything. He trusts me, listening to his unconfident words. And Ndingbang laughed very happily. Ji Young-sung's smile faded in an instant. He said solemnly, How can I do that? Wouldn't it be me taking advantage of you? Jiang Changkong suggested. Why don't you not invite anyone? Ahem. Ji Young-sung coughed and turned his head away. I can't go back on my word. I've already informed them. Why don't you invite another middle-stage star spirit? Jiang Changkong chuckled. Apart from them, the only person he knew in Ping'an City was Tang Roashi. Who else could he invite? He did know an early-stage star spirit and Yuan Shan, but that guy wanted to pull him into the army. Why don't I go first? You guys wait for your friends. That way you won't be taking advantage of me, Jiang Changkong said. Okay. Ji Young-sung agreed immediately. The people he invited would arrive in a few minutes. How many people could Jiang Changkong kill in the next few minutes? Besides, killing the star demon would be tiring. If he killed it first, it would be a waste of energy. They made an agreement to check each other's dimensional equipment. If there were no extra star stones, the research team would leave behind equipment and record everything. With the stone house as the boundary, Jiang Changkong could not cross it. Jiang Changkong quickly left. He was on the left, and in Ding Bang and the others were on the right. Jiang Chongkong stepped into the weeds and looked for the star demon. There were many star demon here. Jiang Chongkong used the old method. There were no late stage or peak star demon nearby, so he could use this method. Kill the star demon and let it bleed. Then he activated the Yuling art. Invisible astral power spread out and pushed the blood away. With the support of the Yuling art, the blood qi drifted away very quickly. Ji Youngsung and the others could smell the blood, but they didn't care. A few minutes later, the 2 mid-stage star spirits he invited arrived. Jiang Chongkong had seen one of them before. It was Lin, who was at the peak of the mid-stage. Other than them, and Yuan Shan, an old friend, was also here. And Yuan Shan came to Jiang Chongkong and smiled. "Do you need my help, Chongkong?" "No need." Jiang Chongkong refused directly. "You're so young. Why are you so stupid?" And Yuan Shan stood on the side and chattered. "You're obviously giving away benefits for free. You're also harming your friends." "Shut up. I'm busy," Jiang Chongkong said coldly. There were already dozens of star demon corpses around them. Thick blood energy was drifting in the air. "Ah, I'm just worried about you. How long will it take for you to kill them one by one like this?" And Ding Bang has sent out all of Budokai. There are at least dozens of them this time, and that's not counting the 2-star spirits. And Yuan Shan didn't shut up. Jiang Chongkong didn't want to talk to him. The Yuling art vibrated and the blood energy scattered. "You rumble." As soon as Yuan Shan's voice faded, the earth shook and dust flew in the air. Astral power rushed in all directions. The ground cracked and the weeds turned to dust. The star demon roared and rushed over. "Are you crazy?" And Yuan Shan's expression changed. He finally knew what this guy was going to do. Lure the star demon group. He knew a little about Jiang Chongkong's strength. If it was just some star hidden and star spirits, it wouldn't be a problem for him. But what if he attracted the mid, late, or even peak star spirits? Moreover, even if the late and peak star spirits didn't appear, once he used up too much energy and was surrounded by the star demon group, he would be dead. The star demons rushed over from all directions, and smoke and dust billowed. The commotion was so big that even the people from Cheongstar could see it clearly. Jiang Chongkong didn't pay attention to Yuan Shan. The scorching sun's astral power rushed into the sky, forming a golden sun in the air. It was like a giant sun, illuminating the surrounding space. The high temperature caused the blood energy below to evaporate. Roar! The terrifying temperature appeared. The charging star demon wasn't used to it. It instinctively activated its astral power and rushed towards the sun. Scorching sunblade. Jiang Chongkong said indifferently. The flames shook and released thousands of rays of golden light. The golden light shone through the air and turned into rays of blade aura. The approaching star demon was directly cut in half. Some were even minced into pieces. And Yuan Shan was shocked. He hurriedly left, afraid of coming into contact with the golden light. Roar! The star demon howled and wailed. The smell of blood became thicker and thicker, attracting more and more star demon. Jiang Chongkong stood with his hands behind his back. Astral power rushed into the sky and continued to pour into the sun, releasing the scorching sun blade aura. Wherever the sun passed, there was only blade aura. The smell of blood drifted in the air, and Ding Bang and the others who were cleaning up the star demon were stunned. The star demon in their area had run away. They were all attracted by the smell of blood and rushed towards Jiang Chongkong's direction. F*CK, that's despicable. The star demon is gone. What are we going to kill? Let's go and ask. We can't cross the boundary during the competition. Everyone, what a schemer. So there was such a shameless scheme. No wonder he dared to make the bet. And Lin said calmly, "Don't worry. He can't kill so many. Plus, there are too many star demon here. He can't lure them all." Hearing this, everyone calmed down. However, Even though he couldn't lure them all, he could still cause trouble for them. If they wanted to find the star demon, they would have to continue forward. Chapter 173. The star demon kept coming. Attracted by the thick smell of blood, it seemed to be endless. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, constantly releasing golden blade auras. Wherever the sunlight passed, the star demon would fall, the smell of blood almost forming a blood cloud. Jiang Changkong channeled blazing sunstar power while paying attention to the star demon. If there was a Stargate grade or above, he would start digging for starstones. He believed that after clearing out the star demon with the winnings from the bet, he should be able to perfect another martial art. And Dingbang led the Budokai members, far away from Jiang Changkong, in search of the star demon. Although the smell of blood attracted a lot, they could still find the star demon if they ran further away. After killing a star demon, and Dingbang could not help but say, "Do you think Jiang Changkong is courting death? He is alone. How can he win against us?" Could it be he was scared by the reputation of the Tai Yin Dragon clan? Ji Young Sung pondered. Because he was scared, he purposely found an excuse to sell Yu Gai to him? Li Changtian frowned slightly. Jiang Changkong should not be so cowardly. Could it be the Sin domain poison made him feel a sense of danger and know to find someone to rely on? The three of them could not understand, no matter how they thought about it. Jiang Changkong purposely let Yu Gai give it to them. "Mr. Ji isn't in Yuanshan over there. Why don't you ask?" And Dingbang said, "Asking about the opponent's information, I'm afraid it's not good?" Ji Young Sung hesitated. "We have already killed over 100. What's not good about it? It's best to give that guy a blow. He was so arrogant before." Li Changtian said excitedly, "If you don't ask, I'll ask, starting from the Sin domain poison." That guy finally changed a little. "If we don't take this opportunity to strike them down now, it will be meaningless to strike them down in the future when they are roped in." Ji Young Sung thought about it. Li Changtian's words made sense. If he didn't take this opportunity to strike him down, it would be boring to strike him down when he became one of them in the future. Their statuses would be different. He took out his phone and dialed an Yuanshan's number. "Uncle in Yongxing, why aren't you killing the star demon? What's the matter?" And Yuanshan asked curiously, "Are you close to Jiang Changkong?" Ji Young Sung asked, and Yuanshan took a look and said, "It's a bit far." He was already far away, afraid that he would be affected. He did not have the confidence to withstand that saber light. Ji Young Sung raised his voice and said proudly, "Then I'll have to trouble you to tell him that we've killed over 100 of them." Beep beep, Ji Young Sung. Why did he die? Could it be that Jiang Changkong heard it and snatched the phone in anger? He died? Jiang Changkong must have heard it and was embarrassed. Li Changtian laughed. "Haha, I want to laugh when I think of his defeated expression. Quick, take a few pictures." And Dingbang laughed. Ji Young Sung was also laughing. He was about to make another call when his phone rang. It was a video, and Yuanshan sent it. Could it be Jiang Changkong's defeated expression? They hurriedly clicked on it. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. The three of them, F*CK, in the video, a blazing sun hung high in the sky, releasing endless golden light. Under the blazing sun, there were many star demon corpses. Their blood aura formed blood clouds in the sky, blood clouds that even the blazing sun could not disperse. There were more than 100 star demon. There were definitely 200 to 300 of them. This. Ji Young Sung opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. "Don't worry, we can easily catch up," Li Changtian said in a low voice. And Dingbang whispered, "Why don't we learn from him? He has a lot of star demon. We can kill many of them at once." "We can try." Ji Young Sung gritted his teeth and said, "We also have 2 mid-stage star spirits and you, an early-stage star demon. There's no problem at all." And Dingbang was right. Jiang Changkong had attracted too many star demon. As for them, There were many of them, and most of them were experts, but they were looking for trouble with the star demon. The time wasted was enough to kill many star demon. Jiang Chongkong had just taken out a star stone from the peak of Hidden Star, and Yuan Shan's call could not be hidden from him, but he could not be bothered to answer. If he told him, he would know sooner or later. It was not a secret. Time passed bit by bit. More and more star demon appeared, and the blood clouds in the sky became thicker, and Yuan Shan had already left. It was boring to watch, especially since Jiang Chongkong was still ignoring him. Roar! With a low roar, an early-stage spirit star, demon, dashed out from the depths. It passed through the blood clouds and stepped on the star demon's corpse. Jiang Chongkong only glanced at it. The sun above his head suddenly exploded and a blade aura slashed down. He had obtained a low-grade, 6th-grade starstone. How nice! The blood clouds are a bit thick, Jiang Chongkong murmured. There was no one around. The power of the sun descended and extracted the essence, qi and spirit, burning the star demon's corpse. The blood clouds were too thick now. He had to reduce some of it. The power of the sun burned, and the terrifying temperature forcibly shone through the blood clouds, reducing the blood clouds. HM over there? Jiang Chongkong looked in the direction wherein Ding Bang and the others were. There was a thick blood cloud there. These guys were learning from him. How naive. I hope you can keep killing. Jiang Chongkong didn't mind. He could kill for a day and a night without rest. That was, of course, if there weren't too many mid-stage star spirits. The star demon was still charging over. Jiang Chongkong controlled the sun to clean up the star demon. Time passed. Soon night fell. Ji Young-sung and the others were about to eat when Yuan Shan ran over. I just came from Chongkong's side. He doesn't want to eat anymore. Ji Young-sung said, What's there to eat? Keep killing. Keep killing. There are more than 100 of us. If we lose to one person, I won't be able to show my face anymore. And Ding Bang Gon roared in anger and quickly stuffed the bun in his hand into his mouth. The others in Budokai didn't say anything. The president made sense. If they couldn't beat Jiang Chongkong with so many people, they really didn't need to show their faces anymore. We won't eat either. I'm no match for him in a one-on-one fight. But how can we lose to him when it comes to killing the star demon? And Lin was competing with Jiang Chongkong. Another mid-stage spirit nodded. That's right. We've killed more star demon than Jiang Chongkong. We can't lose. This concerns the reputation of Pingan City. You can't lose. And Yuan Shan said seriously, Uncle Yuan Shan, how far have we left Jiang Chongkong behind? Ji Young-sung asked. And Yuan Shan, that question of yours is so King good. What's wrong? Ji Young-sung's expression was unnatural, and Yuan Shan's face twitched. Don't worry. If you kill another third, you'll catch up to him. The others, that hurts, uncle. Si Yongxing's face was filled with shame, and the rest of the people's faces were even redder. Kill them all, Li Changtian said fiercely. It was fine if they couldn't beat him, but they still couldn't beat him with more than 100 people? And Dingbong's expression was solemn. This was a competition between two Budokai cultivators. They couldn't lose. The group went on a killing spree. Their blood was getting thicker and thicker, and Lin killed a star demon with one slash and said seriously, Peak early-stage star spirit. Should we stop? No, we just said we have to kill them all. With us here, we can kill even mid-stage star spirits. Another mid-stage star spirit said confidently, and Lin thought about it and agreed. Let's keep going. And Yuan Shan watched quietly and didn't help them cheat. Jiang Chongkong killed another group of star demon. The astral power in his body was still surging. After thinking about it, he injected some astral power into the sun and sat down to recover. Ding! 2 hours later, his phone rang. It was in Yuan Shan. He picked up unhappily. What's up? Chongkong help Jiang Chongkong. Chapter 174. Jiang Changkong held his phone in a daze. Help? Weren't you having fun running around? What do you mean by help? Rumble. Raging airwaves surged in all directions. Jiang Changkong, who was far away, also felt the ground shaking. This was a late-stage astral spirit. Jiang Changkong looked up and looked in the direction where Ji Young-sung and the others were. He hurried over without hesitation. Could it be that this bunch of idiots had gone overboard? Just as Jiang Changkong thought, this group of fellows had gone too far. It was even more ridiculous than the first time. They had attracted a late-stage astral spirit star demon. Looking at the thick blood cloud in front of him, Jiang Changkong's expression was solemn. He didn't dare to do this. Once the blood cloud was thick enough, he would burn a part of it with fire. He would make sure that the blood chi wasn't too strong, and it wouldn't drift too far. He remembered the requirements of the Research Institute. No star demon in a 5-mile radius. As long as they cleared out the 5-mile radius, they wouldn't have to rush to attract the further star demon. However, Jiang Changkong didn't expect that they would dare to do this. Rumble. The earth shook and space shook. Terrifying starlight illuminated 1,000 meters. Boundless starlight shone resplendently. A huge and ugly star demon swallowed a star demon's corpse in one gulp. Astral power burst out. Golden sword auras, yellow sword auras, moon power. At this moment, Ji Young-sung and the others didn't dare to hold back. Everyone burst out with their full strength. However, in the face of a late-stage astral spirit star demon, they were as fragile as ants. Wherever the dazzling starlight passed, all of the attacks were dispersed with a loud bang, like fireworks that disappeared in an instant. And Lin and the 2 mid-stage astral spirits bore the brunt of the impact. They were sent flying a few hundred meters under the impact of the astral power. Blood spilled. Under the impact of the astral power, no one was able to stand still, and they were all sent flying. Some of the weaker Stargate martial artists died on the spot, their life force severed, and Yuan Shan fell heavily on the ground. Ignoring his injuries, he quickly got up. And Lin, we'll try our best to delay them. You guys run. Understood. And Lin and Chin Fan stood up with a solemn look on their faces. They stood in front of everyone and activated their astral powers to the maximum. Roar! The star demon roared. Countless beams of starlight shot out, making him look like an unrivaled demon god. With every step he took, the earth shook and dust flew into the air. I didn't expect that I wouldn't die there, but in the abyss of Ping City. And Lin's expression was solemn and cold. Fallen leaves return to their roots. It's time to be content. Another mid-stage star spirit said solemnly. Boom! The earth shook and the star power exploded. The star demon's sharp claws gathered thousands of starlight and shrouded everything. Kill! The 3 of them shouted and rushed toward the star demon, buying time for Ji Young-sung and the others to retreat. Don't forget about me! And Ding Bang shouted and slashed with his heavy sword. 3 mountains, 5 peaks. 1 blade, sunset. Suddenly, thousands of rays of light appeared in the air, turning into a bloody blade aura. The blade of the setting sun was past its prime. Jiang Changkong had finally arrived on his Xian Sunday boom. The violent astral force descended, and several majestic astral forces clashed in an instant. Puff! Crack! Blood spilled, and the sound of bones breaking was heard. Terrifying astral powers spread in all directions, and Yuan Shan and the others were flung away. Jiang Changkong's expression darkened. He tumbled in the air and almost landed on the ground. He slid back more than 10 meters before he could stabilize himself. Blood dripped from his hand. Jiang Changkong's expression was solemn. There was still a big gap between him and a late-stage star spirit. He had used all his power, but he was injured by the star demon's attack. Just then, he had used all 5 force tattoos in his body, and he hadn't even been pushed back by the star demon. Changkong and Yuan Shan and the others were overjoyed as they hurriedly called out. Hurry up. I don't care if your legs or arms are broken. I can only give you 3 seconds to escape. Jiang Changkong's expression was solemn. He had held back when he came. He should be able to hold on for 3 seconds. Let's go. And Lin and the others didn't hesitate. They supported in Yuan Shan and in Ding Bang and left. As for the other martial artists, they had already run for a while. If Jiang Changkong could buy them 3 seconds, it would be enough for them to escape. Roar! The star demon roared again. The terrifying roar shook the sky and was deafening. Terrifying astral powers burst out, and it slashed at Jiang Changkong with its claws. Kill! Jiang Changkong raised his blade towards the sky and slashed out with the saber of the setting sun. Boom! The blade aura fell, and the claws fell. A terrifying power burst out. Jiang Changkong grunted and was sent flying 100 meters. Changkong and Lin and the others had already run for 100 meters when they turned back to look, and they couldn't help but let loose an urgent cry. If they left, Jiang Changkong would be in danger. We can't just leave like this. The other mid-stage astral spirit's face darkened. You take them away. I'll go help him. I'll go help! And Lin had just opened his mouth when a bone-piercing cold air burst out. The terrifying lunar chill swept across the sky. A long sword embellished with laurel and shimmering with moonlight pierced through the air and went straight for the star demon. Jiang Changyue. The 4 of them were overjoyed and let out a sigh of relief. It's him. In the distance, Ji Young-sung stared at the hazy moonlight. It was the moon obscuring technique. Sunset. Jiang Changkong's sunset blade rose again. This was the sword he had left behind before he came here. If he wanted to stop the star demon and buy time for them, the scorching sun star power alone was not enough. Therefore, he had left the moon sword on the way here and used the 3 graceful swords to coordinate with the moon obscuring technique to control it. The moon sword and the sun sword converged and rushed at the star demon at the same time. Boom! The sunset blade aura shattered and Jiang Changkong was sent flying again. The scorching sun star power couldn't break his defense at all. Then the moon sword arrived in an instant. It was so fast that Yuan Shan and the others couldn't see it at all. Buzz! The moon sword collided with the beast's claw, but there was no sound at all. The moon sword was sent flying. Jiang Changkong was already prepared. He jumped and caught the moon sword. Without hesitation, he turned around and left. Roar! The star demon roared. Just as it was about to give chase, silver icicles appeared on the sharp claws and spread rapidly. The star demon slowed down, and the silver icicles spread all over its body, sealing it in ice. What are you waiting for? Jiang Changkong shouted. He almost kicked Lin, and the others were still in a daze. Do you really think I can seal this guy in ice? It's just temporary. And Lin and the others came back to their senses and ran away. The group ran quickly. The star demon paused for 2 seconds and then exploded with astral power, shattering the silver icicles. They ran for a few minutes until they couldn't see the star demon anymore. Thank you, Chang Kaishang. And Lin panted and cupped his fists. What's wrong with you? How did you attract the star demon? Jiang Changkong sat on the ground and panted. Luckily, Jiang Changyue was nearby. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to save you. Ji Young-sung was a bit embarrassed. He blamed himself. I was too eager to win and caused this tragedy. I'll make it up to you. I'm afraid we'll have to wait for a while for the research facility. Jiang Changkong frowned. We'll compete after the star demon leaves. What's the point? You won, and Yuan Shan said weakly. Yongxing, just admit defeat. Ji Young-sung didn't want to admit defeat. He still wanted you guy, but he had to admit defeat now. If he didn't admit defeat now, he wouldn't be able to face these people. Also, Jiang Changkong had killed the star demon and was ahead of them. He would still lose even if they competed. Chang Kaisheng won this time. Ji Young-sung took out the hidden star ring. President, and do you have any objections? Jiang Changkong looked at Dingbang. No, I still have to thank you for saving me. And Dingbang held his arm and said, Who has healing medicine? Quickly take it out and use it. Chapter 175. It was a pity that Jiang Changkong accepted the 6,000 starstones, as well as the starstones they got from killing. If they hadn't attracted the late-stage star spirit star demon and caused the competition to end early, he would have won even more. The total number of star demons that he and these people had killed was only close to 300 hidden star demons. There were 600 to 700 Stargate level star demons, let alone Starsea level star demons. Among them, more than half were early-stage star demons. There were only a few top-grade star demons, a dozen high-grade star demons, and the rest were mid-grade star demons. There wasn't much essence chi left. But with the 300,000 essence chi he got from Lin Yinwang, it was more than enough to upgrade a martial art. I'll return the Taiyin sword to him. After Jiang Changkong finished speaking, he stood up and left. It was safe here. He didn't have to stay here to look after them. Ji Young-sung had a pained expression. 6,000 starstones. You guy didn't win and had to pay 6,000. Sigh, if it wasn't for this accident, I think we still had a chance to win. After Jiang Changkong left, Ji Young-sung couldn't help but mutter, How can we win? It's not like you didn't see Jiang Changyue nearby. And Yuan Shan's face twitched because of the pain from his injuries. If the situation wasn't right, would Jiang Changyue not make a move? Ji Young-sung opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything in the end. Yes, Jiang Changyue would definitely make a move. He wouldn't lose you guy to him. This guy must have done it on purpose. He wanted to earn starstones. Don't think about it. Let's recover first. Li Changtian sighed. Luckily, he wasn't the one who lost. As they started to recover, Jiang Changkong stayed away from them and extracted his essence chi. After thinking for a while, he decided to upgrade the cold moon art. Jiang Changyue was stronger than him, and there was also Ji Young-sung, the rich little tycoon. Perhaps he could use the cold moon art to earn another sum of money from him. The cold moon art had reached perfection, and the star power in Jiang Changkong's body increased. The power of the moon star automatically dissipated and froze the surroundings. A silver moon rose above his head, sprinkling its moonlight. An hour later, Jiang Changkong opened his eyes and checked his stats. Jiang Changkong. Hidden Star Peak Middle Rank Martial Arts. Invincible Vajra Divine Art. Perfect. 1875000/1875000. Tai Chi Mysterious Art. Complete. 1875000/1875000. 3 Strikes of Grace. Perfect. 1875000/1875000. Blazing Sun Skill. Full Circle. 1/1875000 Yuling Chant. Perfect. 1875000/1875000 Cold Moon Art. Perfection. 1875000/1875000 Essence. Energy Spirit. 318615 inch. I'm only missing one martial art. Jiang Changkong was a little excited. He would soon be able to step into the Star Soul realm. Even if he wasn't invincible, he would still be among the top. He was confident in his own strength, but he wasn't as brainless as Yun Bugui. In this world of cultivation, there were always a few monsters. Didn't the Federation have any? When he reached the peak of the early stage or mid-stage of the astral spirit, he should be able to chat with those freaks in the big provinces. Before that, he had to complete the mission and set up a base for the research institute. After stabilizing his power, Jiang Changkong went to the stone house. The star demon hadn't left yet and was still eating the bodies. He didn't make a move. When the star demon was full, it would leave. Even if it didn't leave, he could just kill it somewhere else and then lure it away. With his current strength, he He could only use the moon's sword to fight against a late-stage astral spirit. But if he did that, he would have to activate the power of the moon star in the tip of the sword and Yu Gai, which he couldn't control. When he returned to Ji Young-sung and the others, they had already counted the casualties. Almost everyone was seriously injured, and more than 10 people had died. I'm deeply sorry about what happened this time. I didn't expect you to learn my method. Jiang Changkong said apologetically. It has nothing to do with you. We were too impulsive. Ji Young-sung shook his head and said, President, I will take responsibility for the casualties this time. Thank you, Mr. Ji. Everyone needs to rest for 2 days. There's a late-stage astral spirit star demon at the base, so it will also need a few days. And Ding Bang cupped his hands and said, Everyone rest well for the next 2 days. We will fight again. Fight again? Jiang Changkong frowned. Didn't you all admit defeat? We lost to you, but we haven't set up a base yet. And Ding Bang said, As promised, we will help you complete the mission for free. Jiang Changkong thought for a moment and said, All right, the Star Ocean Starstones are yours. He didn't care for them, but selling them would make him a fortune. It would be a way to comfort their wounded hearts. Thank you. And Ding Bang said and didn't say anything else. Jiang Changkong glanced at the people who had stabilized their injuries. See you at the base in 2 days. Please. They said goodbye and left. And Ding Bang and the others had to go back to the city to treat their wounds. This time their injuries were serious and they needed to go to the hospital. Jiang Changkong had only suffered minor injuries before, so it was no longer a problem. He thought for a moment and changed the place to kill the star demon. There was no one around except him. Jiang Changkong lit up the sun again. He was still cautious and kept his blood qi within a certain range. When he was tired, Jiang Changkong went to the base to take a look. The next morning, the late-stage astral spirit star demon had already left. The stone house had been destroyed. At the 2 places where the star demon was killed, the corpses had all been eaten up. Because of the attraction of blood qi, some star demon had gathered here, but the number was not as much as before. Jiang Changkong began to clean up the star demon. This time, he didn't make too much of a commotion. He was worried that the star demon was still nearby. 2 days passed quickly, and Ding Bang came with 100 people from Budokai. During the past 2 days of recuperation, he had not been idle. He had recruited a few more people and made up the numbers. Ji Young-sung and the other 2 were there, and Yuan Shan and the others didn't come. Chang Kaisheng, have you cleaned up the area? And Ding Bang first brought his people around and didn't see the star demon, so he came to find him. There's no star demon within 4 miles. Only 1 mile left. Jiang Changkong nodded. I've seen it too. There isn't even an early-stage astral spirit in the last mile. That's good. And Ding Bang heaved a sigh of relief. If that's the case, let's leave the rest to them. Them. Jiang Changkong was confused. What did he mean by them? My brothers from Budokai. Before we came, Professor Yun contacted me. She asked us to wait for her to check the mine. And Ding Bang said in a low voice. Jiang Changkong raised an eyebrow. Didn't she say to wait for the stronghold to be established? Someone can't wait. And Ding Bang gestured to Ji Young-sung. Mr. Ji, you're interested in the mine too? Jiang Changkong squinted his eyes. There was a dangerous glint in his eyes. It's a special time. Please understand, Chang Kaisheng. Ji Young-sung smiled. You're already so poor? What if it's just a small mine? Jiang Changkong furrowed his eyebrows. Could it be that he had won so much that Ji Young-sung had to find a way to make more money? Ji Young-sung sighed. There's an accident this time. You can check the official website of Budokai. The small mine in Jianghai has been taken. Jiang Changkong turned on his phone and logged into the official website. As expected, the small mine mission had been taken. It's done by the major provinces. They're collecting resources like crazy. Ji Young-sung said, I'm afraid it won't be long before even I can fight for the mine. You geniuses from the major provinces are fighting for profits. Don't you think it's embarrassing? Jiang Changkong's expression was gloomy. If that was the case, his opponents would not just be the forces in Tranquil Province. He would have to face Tranquil Province and the major provinces alone. There's no other way. Ji Young-sung shook his head and said, but there won't be too many of them. The empire has a lot of land with lots of resources. When are we going to the mine area? Jiang Changkong said no more. The first thing he had to determine was the grade of the mine. If it was a small mine, he would withdraw from the competition. If it was a medium mine, he would have to rely on his own ability. Chapter 176. Half an hour later, Professor Yun arrived in full armor. Beside him were Tang Ruashi and Su Qian, who were also wearing armor. Professor Yun's armor was very strong and terrifying. Jiang Changkong felt like he was facing the star demon at the end of the day. It was a top or even a top-tier armor. Let's go. Professor Yun said calmly and led them to the mine area. Jiang Changkong and Tang Ruashi walked side by side. He asked directly, is the Research Institute going to participate in the fight for the mine? Everyone there was powerful. Even if he lowered his voice, they would still hear him. So he might as well ask openly. Let's not fight for the small mine. As for the medium one, let's try, Professor Yun said calmly. Ji Young-sung shook his head and sighed. Changkong, you should quit. You are alone. Jiang Changkong smiled and did not say anything. He was the president of a large Budokai, but no one in Budokai could fight except him. Moreover, in terms of numbers, there were not even 20 people in Budokai. It was crazy for a Budokai to participate in the fight for the mine. When they arrived at the mine area, a palm-sized instrument appeared in Professor Yun's hand. It was glowing with a yellow light. She handed the instrument to Ndingbang. President, and thank you. Okay. And Ndingbang took the device and unleashed his astral power. Streams of astral power sank into the ground and went deep into the ground. He was a cultivator of the earth elemental technique and had a special control over the earth. With his astral power and the instrument, he could detect the mine more accurately. The instrument vibrated violently. There were 3 dots on it, glowing faintly. And Ndingbang held the instrument and walked in the rocky area, sensing the location of the mine step by step. Suddenly, the needle on the instrument stopped moving and started vibrating violently, and Ndingbang was overjoyed. He followed the direction of the needle and walked quickly. Buzz! 2 dots lit up on the device, emitting a resplendent light. A medium-sized mine, and Ndingbang was overjoyed. It really is a medium-sized mine, Professor Yin and the others said excitedly. Ji Young-sung was also moved. This mid-sized or vein is more than enough to support. And Ndingbang was so excited that he couldn't help but take 2 steps forward. Before he finished speaking, the 3rd dot on the instrument lit up. The light shone brightly, overshadowing the 2 dots. This, and Ndingbang stared blankly at the instrument, his face full of shock. Large-sized? Ji Young-sung was trembling. Large-scale or vein? Jiang Changkong's heart sank. To be honest, he only hoped that this mine was medium-sized. Large-scale or veins were destroyed as soon as they appeared. None of the major forces in the province would let go of such a good thing. As soon as the news got out, Ji Young-sung's reputation would skyrocket. He was nothing. He wouldn't even be able to get a place in the queue when the time comes. Li Changtian was the same. Participate in this kind of competition? More like asking for reinforcements. Chiang Kai-sheng, just give up. After the shock, Professor Yun sighed and said, the Research Institute will withdraw from the competition. She directly gave up. This large-scale or vein was not something she could get her hands on. At that time, she would have to face many major forces in the province, and even the Federation's forces. Goodbye. Ji Young-sung and Li Changtian cupped their fists and quickly left. They wanted to pass the news back to discuss how to seize this large-scale or vein as soon as possible. Ruashi accompanied Chiang Kai-sheng. Xiao Qian, let's go to the stronghold. Professor Yun sighed, kept the instrument, and left with Su Qian. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 people left: Jiang Changkong, Tang Ruashi, and Ndingbang. And Ndingbang looked at the stone under his feet, sighed, and sat down casually. Changkong, don't be sad. With your talent, you will soon improve. Just find another Orvain. Tang Ruashi comforted. I'm fine. Jiang Changkong smiled faintly and did not speak. He was weighing whether he should fight for it or not. If he fought for it, with his current strength, it was not enough. Unless he could obtain a large amount of essence and step into the star spirit realm, it was impossible to compete with them. There was only one way to obtain essence, and that was to sell Yugai. But this thing he could not sell. He glanced at Ndingbang, who was sitting on the stone, and kept sighing. What are you sighing about? You are not fighting for it. I want to fight, but can I? Ndingbang muttered, I have suffered a double loss. Huh, what do you mean? Aren't you having a good time? Jiang Changkong was a little confused. It's a large Orvain. The weakest will be at the mid-stage of Star Spirit Realm. There will be a lot of late-stage and peak ones. And Ndingbang said gloomily, my Budokai only has me, an early-stage Star Spirit Realm cultivator. It's not enough for them to destroy. You are indeed a bit weak. I can fight all of you. Jiang Changkong held his chin and looked at him. You know your place. Are you going to run errands with Ji Youngsung? Haha, if the news gets out, who do you think Mr. Ji and Mr. Li are? And Ndingbang rolled his eyes and said grumpily, Then you can rely on them to ride on more powerful coattails, Jiang Changkong said. And Ndingbang was silent for a moment and sighed. Do you think an elephant needs ants who can't help anything? They may only want cannon fodder. Jiang Changkong. It seemed that they really didn't need it. You're quite a smart person. So, President you're not going to find a backer? Tang Ruashi asked. Let's do it this way. I've worked hard, even if I don't have any credit. I'll follow the 2 young masters and see if I can get some benefits. And Ndingbang gritted his teeth and said he was still a bit unwilling to give up. Since he couldn't ride on someone else's coattails, he could only ride on someone else's coattails. Although this coattail might not be reliable, it didn't matter. As long as this matter was over, he could ride on someone else's coattails again. Why don't you ride on my coattails? Jiang Changkong said with a smile. As long as you give me more than 5,000 upper-grade, 5th-grade starstones, I promise that no one can bully you. You? Forget it. And Ndingbang glanced at him and said disdainfully, You should protect yourself first. You're also going to quit the fight. How dare you call yourself a coattail? Not to mention you. Even if you add Zhang Changyue, you won't be able to protect yourselves in the fight. I'll wait for you to come to me. Jiang Changkong said in an affirmative tone with a smile on his face. And Ndingbang frowned and didn't answer. Sister Ruashi, let's go. Jiang Changkong left with Tang Ruashi. He had to get his essence, chi, and spirit as soon as possible before things broke out. Should he let loose and start a massacre? His 5 senses were sharp, and he could run for a while. But if he was lucky, he would encounter a large group of hidden star demon. He would only kill 20 to 30,000 at most in a day. And Ndingbang, this guy, should he think of a way to give him some pressure? He's a snobbish guy who doesn't want to ride on my coattails. He's not qualified. Changkong, what's your next plan? Tang Ruashi asked. I'll kill some star demon. What else can I do? Jiang Changkong smiled and said, I'll have to trouble you to help me deal with the starstones. No problem. You don't have to feel pressured. You're still young. Relax, Tang Ruashi advised. Well, I have some starstones here. I'll have to trouble you. Jiang Changkong handed over the starstones in his hand to her. He paused and said, Does the Research Institute accept lunar cold stones? I'll trade them for starstones. I'll ask the professor for you. Chapter 177. Professor Yin bought the lunar cold stone, but the price was very low. A palm-sized cold stone of the same grade could only be exchanged for a star stone of the same grade. This price was simply robbery. A palm-sized stone with a few more could be made into a lunar weapon. However, now that the 5th and 6th grade star stones were being hoarded, the star stone had become a rare item. Jiang Changkong pondered. He would change the method of transaction when the time came. Professor Yun's hidden treasures. She had many good things in her hands. It was not only star stones that could produce essence, qi, and spirit. If he encountered the medicine made from the ardent sun's blood, the quantity would be considerable. He would kill the star demon during the day and dig for the lunar cold stone at night. As long as he did not go deep into the lake and encounter that terrifying sword qi, he would not be in any danger. Jiang Changkong sent Tang Ruashi to the stronghold and left directly. He went to the vicinity of the lunar cold pond, where Jiang Changkong searched for the star demon and began his slaughter. His luck was average. In one day, he barely broke 10,000 points of essence, qi, and spirit. At night, Jiang Changkong went deep into the cold pond, dug out the lunar cold stone, and stored it. He originally wanted to wait until after the city was built before developing it. This was equivalent to a mine. Once it was developed, he could obtain a lot of essence, qi, and spirit. After one night, he dug out hundreds of 5th grade cold stones and more than 300 4th grade cold stones. The main reason was that he did not dare to make too much noise. He was careful, worried that he would attract the star demon of the lunar lake. Early the next morning, Jiang Changkong logged into the Budokai official website and clicked on the communications section. The news of the large mine had already spread yesterday. After a day and night of fermentation, the current communications section was almost full of posts about the mine. One by one, Budokai had already set off, rushing towards the abyss of Pingan City. They were all large Budokai. Jiang Changkong's old acquaintances had also come. Yaomeng Nan Tianwang. These were just the ones from other provinces. Tranquil Province, the major cities of Budokai, and the major factions were all sending people over. The current abyss could be said to be a gathering of experts. A hidden star-level martial artist wouldn't even be able to make a bubble in this place. Early-stage astral soul cultivators could only walk with their heads down, while mid-stage astral soul cultivators kept a low profile. A large group of late-stage star spirits had come, but there was no news from the peak for the time being. Don't come out for a few days. The Lin family, Yun family, and Jean family have hired helpers and are looking for you everywhere. Tang Ruashi sent him a message. Jiang Changkong's eyebrows twitched. These 3 clans had a grudge against him, and they wouldn't let this matter rest. He had already expected this. However, the strength he displayed was far beyond what they could deal with. At this time, the helper he invited was a late-stage star spirit? Only the late-stage star spirit realm cultivators would have the confidence to cause him trouble. I understand. Jiang Changkong pondered for a moment. Right now, he had to get his essence, qi, and spirit first. He would let them search for it. Essence, qi, and spirit were the most important things. After reading the message, Jiang Changkong went to kill the star demon again. Not long after, Jiang Changkong stopped in his tracks. A lot of people appeared nearby. These people weren't weak. Almost all of them were hidden star martial artists, and they were all led by star spirits. I can't kill it here. Jiang Changkong changed directions, but there were still people. Because of the large mine, too many people had come. Before the competition began, they had nothing to do and ran around. Jiang Changkong wasn't clear about the specific competition, but he could guess some of it. The current situation could only be regarded as a small fight. When the major forces of the major provinces arrived, it would be the time to determine the final winner. There were people everywhere, and Jiang Changkong could only choose to go deeper. After going deeper, although there was no one, he had to be more careful. A slight carelessness here could lead to a late-stage star demon. After a day of killing, Jiang Changkong calculated that he only had about 5,000 essence, qi, and spirit. Helpless, he could only return to the lunar pond. But as soon as he arrived, he found that there were people here. A group of martial artists. They weren't people from the 3 families who came to find him, but people who were interested in the lunar pond. These martial artists jumped into the pond one by one, wanting to explore the mysteries inside. They don't know life from death. Jiang Changkong shook his head gently. The strength of this group of martial artists wasn't bad. The weakest was at the early stage hidden star realm, and one of them was even at the mid-stage star spirit realm. Their strength was not bad, but once they reached the lunar lake, if they dared to go down, they would be food for the star demon. Back then, if he didn't have the Tai Chi body protection, Vajra, indestructible, and sword point, he might have already died here. Friends, this place is dangerous. It's better not to go down. Jiang Changkong changed into a set of black clothes and walked over. Dangerous? What haven't we seen before? Since it's dangerous, brother, just go further away. The martial artists laughed and didn't care at all. That's right. When we were training in the provincial capital, what haven't we seen before? We can even escape the pursuit of a late-stage star spirit realm, let alone a mere cold pond. Hearing these people's words, Jiang Changkong shook his head and didn't say anything more. He started to walk away. Come, let's go down. The martial artists called out and jumped into the cold pond one after another. The cold pond fluctuated, water splashed, and then fell silent. The martial artists rushed into the cold pond and dove down quickly. They didn't encounter any danger at all. It's said that this cold pond is terrifying. How is this scary? A martial artist laughed. It's all the people of Peace City scaring themselves. What's scary about it? We can't even see the star demon. Let's go down quickly. They should be at the bottom now. Yes, let's go down quickly. I heard that the Lunar Ho family values the treasures here. Don't let them get ahead of us. The group of martial artists sped up again. Soon, they reached the bottom of the cold pond. The lunar lake appeared in their sight. This is the lunar lake. It's all condensed from the power of the lunar star. There must be a lunar treasure hidden here. A martial artist said excitedly. Yes, every generation of the Lunar Ho family will come here to search for treasures. The leading mid-stage star spirit realm martial artist smiled faintly. I heard that there's danger inside. Everyone be careful. What danger can there be? I'll go first. A hidden star spirit realm martial artist jumped directly into the lunar lake. The water of the lunar lake rippled, and then there was a deathly silence. Where is everyone? Come out for a moment. The mid-stage star spirit realm martial artist frowned and shouted. The other martial artists felt a chill in their hearts, and their faces became more solemn. Splash! The water of the lunar lake rippled, and the martial artist's head popped out. I jumped too hard just now. It's too cold here. Be careful. The martial artists heaved a sigh of relief. How could the power of the lunar lake not be cold? Go down. The mid-stage star spirit realm martial artist rushed down, and the other martial artists hurriedly followed. I said, "What danger can there be here?" A martial artist said disdainfully. His head floated on the surface of the lake, and he looked around. Seeing a martial artist standing, he said in admiration, "Good strength. You can step on the lunar lake without any star power ripples." The martial artist was full of smiles. "This is not strength, this is luck. This is as hard as iron. It should be a huge lunar stone." As he spoke, star power surged, and he directly grabbed at the hard silver white under his feet. Rumble! Suddenly, the lake water surged into the sky, and a huge, bloody mouth swallowed the cultivator whole. Everyone, what kind of luck was this? "It's the star demon. Quickly go up!" The martial artist exclaimed and hurriedly swam up. Rumble! The lunar lake rolled up endless silver-white lake water, and many silver-white figures appeared from the lake. They were the same color as the lake water. If they did not actively expose themselves, they would not be discovered at all. Chapter 178. Something happened at the Moon Lake. The huge silvery white figure opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the martial artists. Run! Horrified roars resounded as the martial artists desperately rushed up. The mid-stage celestial spirit martial artist summoned his star power and forced back the moon water around him. But the huge claws came down. The star power surged, and the mid-stage celestial spirit martial artist tumbled in the lake. His blood dyed the moon lake red. Without hesitation, the mid-stage celestial spirit martial artist steadied himself and rushed to the cold lake. Boom! The lake water rushed up and the moon water rolled back. The claws appeared again and enveloped the mid-stage celestial spirit martial artist. With the threat of death, the mid-stage celestial spirit martial artist was scared out of his wits. He regretted not listening to the black-clothed man's advice. The other martial artists were also regretful. Some of the martial artists who had been swallowed didn't even have the chance to regret. Boom! The lake water was turbulent again. Moonlight sprinkled down, and a sword aura split the lake water. It came to the moon lake and instantly slashed the claws. Boom! The terrifying air waves spread, and the celestial spirit martial artist was directly sent flying by this force. The other martial artists were slightly weaker, and blood spurted out. 2 lucky ones were directly sent flying to the surface of the cold lake. Who is it? The mid-stage celestial spirit martial artist's body stopped rolling and was picked up by a black-clothed man. I told you not to come. Go. The black-clothed man threw him into the cold lake. The moon power in his body came out and turned into thousands of sword auras, slashing at the star demon. Rumble. The sword auras fell and the moon water surged. The star demon was directly blasted into the bottom of the lake. Run! The martial artists in the lake took this opportunity to escape the moon lake. Poochie! A few huge silvery white figures rushed out of the lake and swallowed the martial artists who fell behind. The black-clothed man waved his sword and the Yugai swayed. The hazy moonlight sprinkled and the sword aura sprinkled. He retreated. Save! Save me! Don't go! Save me! The martial artists in the lake struggled violently, their eyes full of hope, hoping that the black-clothed man would help. However, before they could finish their words, the ferocious mouth had already swallowed them whole. I can't save you, mid-stage celestial spirit. The man in black sighed and rushed up to the cold pond. The star demon that appeared just now were all mid-stage star spirits. Moreover, the distance was too far, and he wouldn't be able to save them in time. Since he couldn't save them, he wouldn't throw his life away. He could be a good person, but he couldn't die for a stranger. Although he was confident in his strength, he wasn't so confident that he could instantly kill this group of star demon in the lunar lake without triggering the sword chi. The silver star demon swallowed the martial artist and rushed into the cold pond. The black-robed man's sword light turned, and thousands of moonlight splashed out, turning into sword chi and sealing off the cold pond. Rumble! Astral power burst out from below, and violent airwaves rushed out. The men in black took advantage of the situation and caught up with the escaping martial artists. Astral power enveloped them, and they moved forward quickly. Poochie! Rushing out of the pool, the man in black directly threw them to the ground. Thank you for saving me. I am Su Xinghe from the Su family. May I know your name? I will definitely repay you in the future. The mid-stage star spirit martial artist stood up and bowed. Thank you, benefactor, for saving us. What we said before was because we were ignorant. Please don't take it to heart. The 4 martial artists stood up and were very polite. The man in black looked at them and said indifferently, It's a deal. I saved your lives. Give me the starstones, and I will forget about the favor. Only the 5 of them were left in the group. He could only save the 5 of them. Benefactor, what are you saying? Starstones are just worldly possessions. Su Xinghe took out the starstones and handed them over. I didn't bring much. I only have 300 upper-grade fifth stones. Please accept them. We only have 100 middle-grade fifth stones each. Benefactor, please tell us your name and location. I will send them over later. One of the martial artists said. No need. Jiang Changkong took the starstones and said indifferently, Benefactor, please tell us. We will definitely repay you in the future, Su Xinghe said hurriedly. Jiang Changyue. The man in black threw down the name. Moonlight shone under his feet and he disappeared. Jiang Changyue. Su Xinghe murmured. His eyes widened and he exclaimed, It's him! Who is it? Brother Su, do you know him? The four martial artists asked hurriedly. I don't know him. I've only heard that Yun Tianshan died in his hands with one move. He and Jiang Changkong are very close. Su Xinghe said in a low voice. He only knew a little about this matter. He didn't know much about it. The four martial artists' expressions changed. Jiang Changkong? The Jiang Changkong that the Lin, Yun, and Jin families are looking for? Yes. Let's go back now. It's not safe here. It will be troublesome if the star demon rushes out. Su Xinghe nodded. He looked at the cold pond in fear and quickly led them away. After the group left, the man in black walked out from the weeds. I've obtained more than 700 fifth-grade starstones. This business was not done in vain. It's a pity for those who died. Jiang Changkong shook his head. If each of those dead martial artists had more than 100 starstones, it would be a great loss. It was a pity that he couldn't save them. As for the debt of gratitude they mentioned, he didn't care about it at all. He only wanted the starstones. He couldn't dig out the lunar frost stones anymore. He should go to the research institute first to deal with the lunar frost stones and the star demon that he killed recently. He suddenly realized that the arrival of this group of people wasn't a bad thing. The amount of star stones they had on them was much more than the killing star demons. It was a pity that he couldn't bring himself to rob people for no reason. Jiang Changkong took off his black robe and arrived at the stronghold of the research institute in the dark of the night. The stronghold was already under construction. It was no longer a stone house. Instead, it was a house made of unknown alloy. It's being built so fast. Jiang Changkong looked at the semicircular house. It looked like an upside-down bowl. This is only a temporary residence. The real stronghold hasn't been built yet. A passage appeared in the semicircular bowl. Tang Ruashi walked out from it. Jiang Changkong looked inside. The house was brightly lit. Voices and laughter could be heard coming from inside. Are there people inside? Jiang Changkong asked. President and Ji Youngsung and the others are all here, Tang Ruashi said. No one from the Tong clan and the Li clan are here. Jiang Changkong asked. Not at the moment. I heard that the major forces of the Tranquil Province are making a ruckus, saying that the mine belongs to the Tranquil Province. They probably won't be able to come for the next 2 days, now that the Research Institute has withdrawn from the competition. They want to ask for help from the Research Institute. Tang Ruashi explained. Then they are destined to be disappointed. Professor Yun won't help anyone, Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Tang Ruashi nodded. You are right. No matter what, Professor Yun is from Ping'an City. He will help his own people. As the leader of the Research Institute, Professor Yun didn't need a backer. The Federation was her backer. Moreover, even if the Tong clan and the Li clan got the mine, they wouldn't be able to move their forces here in the future. If the two clans took the benefits and left, Professor Yun's Research Institute wouldn't be popular anymore. Changkong is here. Have you thought about it? Do you want to help me? Ji Youngsung said with a smile. Changkong, we are brothers. Help me, Li Changtian said. He and Ji Youngsung were now competitors. I either don't fight for it, or I will only fight for myself. Jiang Changkong said indifferently. His voice was firm as he rejected their invitation. Chapter 179. Ji Young-sung's Group of Three, Professor Yin and now Jiang Chongkong. Jiang Chongkong took out the star stones and the cold stones. I'll have to trouble Professor Yin to help me take care of this. Professor Yin nodded. How about you ask your friend to catch a lunar star demon for me? What's the price, Professor Yin? Jiang Chongkong asked with a smile. 100 star stones of the same level, Professor Yin said. Then forget it. Jiang Chongkong shook his head. There's more than one mid-stage astral star demon inside. Catch a mid-stage astral spirit? That was dangerous. Just as dangerous as a hidden star demon. If he had the time, it would be easier to save someone and ask for star stones from them. Then forget it. Professor Yin shook his head. Ji Young-sung smiled faintly. Chongkong, since you like star stones so much, I'll give you star stones and you'll help me. How about that? A mineral vein is more valuable, Jiang Chongkong said indifferently. Ji Young-sung shook his head helplessly. He wanted to say that Jiang Chongkong was a bit insatiable. The value of this large or vein was indeed greater, but could you swallow it? If you couldn't, you wouldn't get anything. The 3 families are looking for you. I've asked around. There's a late-stage astral spirit. Li Changtian said in a low voice, You're here now. It's likely that they've already found you. So what? Jiang Chongkong said indifferently. Li Changtian frowned. This isn't a city. If they follow you, it's not impossible for them to kill you directly. I'll be careful. Jiang Chongkong thought about it and didn't say anything harsh. Even if he added the ones he exchanged with Professor Yin this time, his spirit was only a little more than 500,000. Zhang Xian was still short of 1,000,000 Saint Origin stones, and he had yet to raise his strength. Thus, he did not have the confidence to speak ruthlessly. Be careful, Tang Ruashi said with concern. Jiang Chongkong nodded. You be careful too. I'm worried that you'll be implicated. Ruashi is my assistant, an official member of the Federation. Professor Yun's expression was cold, and he said confidently, If anyone dares to touch my people, I will blow up their house. Jiang Chongkong. All right, you're good. Hello. Ji Young-sung's phone rang. He picked it up respectfully. Third uncle, what's the matter? Everyone took a look, and the other party hung up the phone. Ji Young-sung looked at his phone. There was an additional message. His expression changed. Everyone, I have something to attend to. Goodbye. What's going on? Li Changtian was puzzled. Aren't you familiar with him? You'll know once you catch up to him and ask, Jiang Chongkong said lightly. Forget it. I'm not familiar with him right now. Li Changtian shook his head. He turned to look at Ndingbang and said seriously, Now tell me, are you going to follow Ji Young-sung or me? Ndingbang, what did I do? Do you think it's easy for me to suck up to you? You two have a good relationship. It would be great if you could suck up to both of us. In the end, you two started competing and forced me to choose one? Jiang Chongkong couldn't be bothered with the 3 of them. He looked at Professor Yin. Professor Yin, can I take a look at your collection? I only brought a part of it. I'll take you to have a look. Professor Yin obviously didn't want to interfere with Ndingbang's affairs. He immediately stood up and left with Jiang Chongkong. Tang Ruashi followed them. The 3 of them entered a narrow room. There were all kinds of ores, some equipment, medicine, and weapon fragments. There were also some books, incomplete martial arts manuals, and stones engraved with mysterious tadpole characters. Can Professor Yin read the words on these stones? Jiang Chongkong pointed at the tadpole characters and asked. Professor Yin smiled and said, It's a compulsory course for professors. The Federation calls it the ancient star language. Are you interested in learning it? Yes. I couldn't read a single word on the star steel last time. I don't want it to happen again. Jiang Chongkong smiled bitterly and said, It's scary to be illiterate. Ruashi is also learning. Don't leave during this time. Let's learn together, Professor Yin said. I'm afraid I can't do it now. Let's wait until the mine competition is over or take a break. Jiang Chongkong shook her head. She knew what Professor Yun meant. He wanted to learn this language so that he wouldn't get involved. At the same time, he could stay here and avoid being tracked by the three families. However, he couldn't stay here. He needed essence, qi, and spirit. Suit yourself. Professor Yun glanced at Tang Ruashi and didn't try to persuade him. The reason why she spoke up was for Tang Ruashi's sake. Professor Yun, what is this? Jiang Chongkong saw a shiny stone, and a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Essence, qi, and spirit. 10,000. Withdraw. 10,000 essence, qi, and spirit. This stone was irregular, and only the size of a baby's fist. He only felt a faint trace of astral power, but this trace of astral power was very strange. He felt that it was equivalent to the astral power of one of his martial arts. This is an astral crystal. Professor Yun picked up the shiny stone. Although it's of the lowest grade, it still took me a lot of effort. Astral crystal. Jiang Chongkong's eyes lit up. He had heard from Li Changtian that it was a treasure used by high-level martial artists. The lowest grade? 10 times smaller. It was the same as a low-grade, 7th grade astral stone. Where did you get this astral crystal from? A high-level star demon's astral stone? Jiang Chongkong asked. Astral crystal should also be a kind of ore. It comes from an astral crystal mine. Professor Yun pondered. But I can't tell you the specific source. Only high-level martial artists or professors like us can come into contact with it. He paused. If you want to know, you can join the army and ask in Yuan Shan. He knows. Jiang Chongkong was surprised. The early stage astral spirit? I won't tell you more. Unfortunately, I only have this one astral crystal. If there are more, I can give it to you. Professor Yin put away the astral crystal and carefully put it back. A astral crystal mine? Thank you, Professor Yin. Jiang Chongkong cupped his hands. Since it came from a mine, he could just pay attention to it. Only high-level martial artists could come into contact with it. He needed to become a high-level martial artist as soon as possible. Then he looked at the other things. There were some medicines and essences, but there were not many of them, and they were very expensive. After visiting Professor Yun's collection, the three of them walked out. Jiang Chongkong cupped his hands and said, I've disturbed Professor Yun for a long time. It's time for me to leave. It's so late. You can leave tomorrow, Professor Yun said. There are too many people during the day. It's too troublesome. It's better to leave now, Jiang Chongkong said. The three families must have surveillance nearby. It's late at night. If you go out, you'll be in danger, Professor Yun warned. Tang Ruashi also looked worried. Chongkong, don't go out. I can protect myself. I'll have to trouble Professor Yin. When it's done, I'll do business with Professor Yin. Jiang Chongkong cupped his hands and was determined to leave. Professor Yin was silent for a moment and sighed. Fine. You're really stubborn. This armor is of advanced grade 6. It's enough for you. Thank you. Jiang Chongkong didn't stand on ceremony this time. But you have to promise that you can't use it to fight for the mine. You can only protect yourself, Professor Yin said seriously. Once he used this armor to fight for the mine, it would mean that the research institute was involved. Don't worry, Professor Yin. I won't cause trouble for the research institute. Jiang Chongkong promised. He only accepted it to make Tang Ruashi feel at ease. He wouldn't use this armor unless it was necessary. With his strength, a late-stage astral spirit couldn't stop him. Chapter 180. It was late at night. Jiang Chongkong went to the lunar pond alone. For the sake of his essence, qi, and spirit, he intended to be a good person a few times. With Jiang Zhangyu as identity, he would save a few more people, and it would be enough. After walking for a while, Jiang Chongkong stopped and looked ahead with a solemn expression. A middle-aged man stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His aura was restrained, making it impossible to see how strong he was. A sheathed long sword stood by his side. Faint water vapor floated around the sword. "Who's in my way?" Jiang Changkong said coldly. His blade had already appeared. "Pledge loyalty to the Yun family, and all grudges will be forgotten," the middle-aged man said indifferently. "The Yun family?" Jiang Changkong narrowed his eyes. "I'm afraid they don't have that ability." "Then I'll go to hell." The middle-aged man suddenly turned around, his right hand gripping the hilt of his sword, the tip of the sword unsheathed. The sword light tore through the darkness. The azure sword light was like a boundless ocean, and the sound of crashing waves could be heard. Jiang Changkong held the blade, and the 5 lines on his body vibrated at the same time. The astral power in his body turned into the power of the sun. The sunset glow was like fire, crimson like blood. Clang! The blade and sword clashed. The 2 figures passed each other, and blood dripped down. Water vapor rolled, and the sound of waves kept coming. The man in black paused and looked gloomy. The hand holding the blade was shaking, and golden blood kept dripping. Jiang Changkong's body trembled, and the mystic sun appeared under his feet. "You think you can leave?" the middle-aged man said coldly. His figure flickered, and he was slightly faster than Jiang Changkong. "HM? They're catching up?" Jiang Changkong thought for a moment and wasn't surprised. Since they wanted to kill him, they wouldn't let it go so easily. He might not be able to get far if a late-stage astral spirit chased after him. But it was enough to get to the lunar pond. Jiang Changkong used the Yuling art and the mystic sun step while the middle-aged man chased after him. The 2 of them were extremely fast, one in front and one behind, rushing towards the lunar frost pond. As expected, the 3 families won't give up. They're chasing after him. In the dark, there were people watching with cold eyes. However, they only watched from afar and had no intention of interfering. "I hope he can escape this calamity. I wonder who is behind these 3 families." Li Changtian stood in the night with a solemn expression. They had investigated the Sin domain poison up until now, but they had not found the mastermind. Now that a large Orvane had appeared, the other party would definitely not miss it. It was just the beginning, and they had already sent a late-stage star spirit. In the future, they would probably send a peak star spirit. Will Changkong be all right? Tang Ruashi stood outside the research facility, her expression filled with worry. "I've already given him the armor. He should be able to protect himself," Professor Yun comforted. "Don't worry. Rest well." Sigh. Tang Ruashi sighed softly. Why didn't Jiang Changkong want to hide? On the other side, 2 silhouettes approached quickly. Thousands of saber lights shot out, blocking the middle-aged man. A futile struggle. The middle-aged man said indifferently. The sword chi dissipated and swept away the saber light. The distance between the 2 was constantly shrinking. Jiang Changkong's saber light could only stop him for a moment. "Stop now, and I will leave your corpse intact," the middle-aged man said indifferently. "I advise you not to chase after me. Be careful, or you will die here." Jiang Changkong snorted coldly. He had arrived at the lunar frigid pond. The middle-aged man's face was calm. In almost a breath, the distance between the 2 was already within 100 meters. "You want to use the frigid pond to fight for your life? Huh." Jiang Changkong sneered and jumped directly into the frigid pond. "This method will only speed up your death." The middle-aged man stood at the edge of the pond and did not go down. "Then I will be buried here." The long sword buzzed, the raging waves slapped the table, the azure starlight turned into a river. The star power condensed and formed a several feet long sword chi. He did not intend to go down. He also knew some of the dangers here. Instead of going down and taking risks, it was better to send the sword chi down and directly bury Jiang Changkong here. Rumble! The several feet long sword chi directly rushed into the frigid pond. The pond water rose to the sky, and the majestic sword Chi wreaked havoc in the entire frigid pond. Why is Jiang Changkong so muddle-headed? There is no second exit in this frigid pond. Someone secretly lamented. This sword will alarm the star demon in the frigid pond. With this person blocking the way up there, Jiang Changkong will not be able to survive. It's good that he is dead. A genius from a small province really thinks that he is invincible and dares to interfere in the fight for the mine. There was a lot of discussion in the dark. The frigid pond shook violently. However, the next moment, an extremely cold air spread out from the frigid pond. The water in the pond solidified and became silver-white ice. The sword Chi stopped shaking, and the pond became calm again. The horrifying frigid Chi was rising. The middle-aged man's expression changed. A trace of vigilance appeared on his face as he took a few steps back. Could it be that the star demon had rushed out? Walala! The water in the pond shook again, and the silver-white ice melted. But the cold air was getting stronger and stronger. The cold air began to spread to the ground. In the blink of an eye, it had covered a few hundred meters, freezing the ground and the grass. The area of a few hundred meters turned into a cold space. A figure in black rose from the frigid pond. His body was covered in hazy moonlight and the moon starlight. Behind him was a sword and a blade, decorated with yugai. She floated in the air and released more moonstar power. You are Jiang Changyue, the one who killed Yin Tianshan. The middle-aged man was relieved to see the man in black. No matter how strong this person was, he was not a late-stage astral spirit. If it were the unknown dangers in the frigid pond, he would be more worried. And you, under the black robe, the astral power in Jiang Changkong's body had all been transformed into the moonstar power. Who gave you the confidence? The middle-aged man was dazed and couldn't help but mock. He was a late-stage astral spirit. He had already found out that Jiang Changyue was a bit stronger than Jiang Changkong, but not by much. Even if there were two of them, they would still die in his hands. Kill! With the sword and blade in hand, Jiang Changkong didn't hesitate anymore. He swung the moonlight sword. The saber of extreme Yin was swift and graceful, like an antelope hanging its horn, untraceable. You're not strong enough. The middle-aged man grunted, and the blue sword let out countless astral power of water. Clank! The two swords clashed. The middle-aged man's moon blade was pushed back, and he quickly retreated. The moon blade was only 2 inches away from his chest. Jiang Changkong frowned, and the moon blade flew out of his hand. Abandon the blade? That's your biggest mistake. The middle-aged man snorted. Blue light shone, and the astral power spread in all directions. Yulong, the moon was dim, and so was the sword Chi. The moon blade was like a silver moon in the sky, but it was covered by a veil. Boom! The 2 swords clashed, and Jiang Changkong's body was pushed back. His hand cracked again, and golden blood dripped down. The middle-aged man wasn't afraid of the astral power. He was about to chase after Qin Fan when he sensed extreme danger. The lunar saber that had flown out of his hand had unknowingly appeared behind him. He actually did not notice any aura at all. It was incredibly strange. But he was strong after all. He turned his sword and blocked the moon blade. Clank! The sword and the blade clashed, and the blade flew into the sky. The middle-aged man's body trembled. An extreme chill entered his body through the sword. A blade art that could kill without hurting anyone. Chapter 181. The moment the lunar chi entered his body, Jiang Changkong had already found the right time, and the lunar sword created a hazy moon again. Moonlight sprinkled down, as if it was a moon god that controlled the moon, causing people to be dazed and shocked. The middle-aged man's expression changed. He switched the sword to his left hand, and the astral power in his body burst out. The silver ice on the ground cracked, and a terrifying air wave swept in all directions. Dust, mixed with the moonlight, was sprinkled in all directions. Jiang Changkong's eyes narrowed as he retreated rapidly. His face was extremely ugly. The middle-aged man, on the other hand, also looked awful, and he retreated more than 10 meters. Buzz! Soundlessly, the moon blade appeared out of nowhere. The middle-aged man's expression changed. Astral power surged, and a bottle of medicine appeared in his right hand. Without hesitation, he poured the medicine into his mouth. Rumble! The vast astral power fluctuated, and the earth shook, creating many ravines. The soil was flying, and the cold lake was shaking. The lunar blade was blown away by the astral power before it could even get close. This guy took medicine. Jiang Changyue is indeed powerful. She actually put him in danger. This guy is shameless. He's in the advanced astral spirit stage, and he took medicine? In the dark, a group of people watched this scene in shock and left at the same time, so as not to be affected. This is the end. The middle-aged man's expression was cold, and his eyes were full of killing intent. You're the first mid-stage astral spirit to make me use medicine. This is indeed the end. Jiang Changkong waved his hand, and the lunar blade flew back and stood side by side with the lunar sword in front of him. The Yugai swayed, and the moonlight rose and fell like 2 crescent moons. See sword! The middle-aged man shouted, and a vast amount of astral power gathered into the azure long sword. The sound of waves and the vast sea turned into a sword aura. It was like an immeasurable sword. The sword chi was boundless and boundless. Under the black robe, Jiang Changkong's expression was cold. He flicked his hands and pointed at the 2 Yugai. Moon essence. With a soft exhale, the bay leaf trembled, and a monstrous lunar cold chi erupted. Then, sensing something, the lunar sword trembled violently, and an unprecedented sword chi rose. The sword intent that could destroy everything was boiling. With the tip of the sword as the center, the ground was frozen again. As soon as the Yugai touched it, the cold energy within it was drawn in. The first to bear the brunt of it was none other than Jiang Changkong. In an instant, Jiang Changkong turned into an ice sculpture. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He didn't even have time to unleash his sword aura. The astral powers in his body surged as he tried to escape. However, the cold air was too terrifying, and the speed at which it spread was too fast. The power of the sword tip was even more terrifying. The sword chi that could destroy everything filled a radius of several hundred meters. It was omnipresent and omnipresent. Puchi! Just as he was about to move, his body was instantly pierced through. The power of Yin quickly spread throughout his entire body, turning him into an ice sculpture. The huge sword ray vibrated, but before it could slash down, the silver-white moonlight flashed and turned into a huge silver-white sword. Even the sword beams were frozen. What kind of power is this? Even a peak astral spirit wouldn't be able to withstand it. In the distance, many people fled in fear, because the cold air of Yin was still spreading, filling a radius of several hundred meters in an instant. It didn't stop and was still spreading in all directions. Is he crazy? If this kind of power is drawn out, even Jiang Changyue won't be able to survive. Some of the people in the dark couldn't escape in time and had already been turned into ice sculptures, frozen there. And the middle-aged man was even more miserable. Under the sword chi, his body was full of cracks. Inside the ice sculpture, there was a corpse full of sword marks. All signs of life had already been cut off. Yugai gently shook, and the sword and knife were still trembling. The silver-white power swept in all directions, and no one knew how far it spread. Looking up, there was only silver-white between heaven and earth. After releasing it for half a minute, Yugai stopped shaking, and the sword and knife returned to their original position. Jiang Changkong, who had turned into an ice sculpture, didn't die. The power of the moon astral was running quickly in his body. The ice sculpture on his body turned into pure power, making up for the astral power he had consumed. If there was anything uncomfortable, it would be that it was too cold and he might get frostbite later. After waiting for half an hour, the power of the moon finally dissipated. Jiang Changkong spat out a mouthful of ice. That's right, he wanted to vent, but what he spat out was ice. Yu Gai dimmed a bit, and so did the moon sword. He couldn't feel any coldness at the tip of the sword. He looked at the moon lake behind him. Although the power of ice had an effect, it shouldn't be able to freeze the lake. This lake was filled with the power of the moon astral, and below it was the moon lake. It was almost impossible to freeze it. Jiang Changkong melted the ice in the lake and went all the way to the moon lake. He had blocked the sword chi earlier, so this place wasn't affected. The star demon was still in hiding. Jiang Changkong carefully put the moon sword in and absorbed the power of the moon astral again. The power of the moon astral was too terrifying. Once it was drawn out, even a peak star spirit would have to kneel there. If he could control this power, as long as high-level martial artists didn't come out, wouldn't he be able to kill anyone? He didn't make any noise and didn't alarm the star demon. He absorbed the power of the moon astral and left. Returning to the outside of the lake, Jiang Changkong looked at the middle-aged man's body. He noticed the ring on his hand and the jade pendant on his waist. After melting the power of the moon astral, the finger with the ring fell. Don't tell me it was cut into pieces. Jiang Changkong melted the ice on the jade pendant. The jade pendant fell along with a piece of clothing. It really was broken. If the corpse was unsealed, it would probably be a pile of minced meat. Jiang Changkong took the two items and infused them with astral power. 2 pieces of interspatial equipment. He put the broken finger and clothes back together and sealed them in ice again before leaving. He didn't go to the research base. Instead, he left in a random direction. He didn't feel good either. He was seriously injured. If it happened again, even if he cultivated the power of the moon astral, he would be finished. This was because he was a cultivator of the moon astral and the owner of the moon sword. The sword chi didn't attack him. If it was a complete long sword, would a normal high-level martial artist be able to block it? A thought appeared in Jiang Changkong's mind, but it was just a thought. He hadn't seen a high-level martial artist before. It was almost impossible for the moon sword to be completely restored. However, this guy has a lot of starstones. Jiang Changkong checked. The ring stored medicine, and the jade pendant stored starstones. 1,000 high grade, 5th grade, and 500 top grade, 5th grade. There were also 3,000 mid-grade, 5th grade. There weren't any low-grade, 5th grade. There were few bottles of medicine that contained essence, chi, and spirit, but not much. 1 million essence, chi, and spirit. This guy must have plundered the 3 families. Jiang Changkong murmured. This group of activators wouldn't be so kind as to help the 3 families for free. Now that they were collecting starstones, they definitely wouldn't let the 3 families go. In this way, I have more than one. 6 million essence, chi, and spirit. Now I have destroyed 3 families? Jiang Changkong pondered. The 3 families might not have starstones anymore. What if the other party had a backup plan? He should heal his injuries first. The remaining essence, chi, and spirit could be obtained by saving a few people. In this world, there were many people who didn't listen to advice and liked to court death. Moreover, the abyss was full of dangers. He saved their lives, so it wasn't too much to ask for some starstones. Chapter 182. While Jiang Changkong was recuperating, there was a huge uproar outside. Late-stage star spirit chased Jiang Changkong and was killed by Jiang Changyue instead. Some people said that they perished together, although they did not see the ice sculpture of Jiang Changyue. However, Jiang Changkong was still in the Arctic pond at that time. Maybe he took the ice sculpture away. It was just that Jiang Changkong did not come out for the time being, and they did not know whether Jiang Changyue was dead or alive. Some people thought he was dead, while others thought he was alive. They wanted to contact Jiang Changkong, but unfortunately his phone was turned off and he did not answer. After the incident, no one went to check it first, But when the sky brightened, almost all the major forces came. They carefully examined the frozen lunar frigid chi, and in the end they were shocked to find that this power had already reached the advanced level. No one below the high level could resist it. Of course, if they were facing high-level warriors, this kind of uncontrollable power would not be a threat. With the Arctic pond as the center, everything within a radius of 5,000 meters was frozen. If one wanted to go to the Arctic pond now, it was impossible to reach it without the strength of middle stage star Bodhisattva. Li Changtian also came, standing near the Arctic pond, shivering. This Jiang Changyue is really ruthless. He came to perish together. What a pity, a genius of the generation. Ji Youngsung sighed softly. Jiang Changkong is not right. Jiang Changyue fought for him, but he did not come out to help in the previous battle. Li Changtian said with some indignation. What happened to their good relationship? In the end, during the battle of life and death, Jiang Changkong did not come out no matter what. As for the battle last night, they had now investigated clearly. In that case, if he ran out, it would only be one more death. Ji Youngsung shook his head and said, a suicidal move does not distinguish between friend and foe. But Yongxing, your chance is here, Li Changtian said. Huh. Ji Youngsung frowned. Look, Jiang Changyue is dead. That you guy, Jiang Changkong, can't use the Tying saber and sword. Li Changtian grinned and said, with his personality, will he sell it? Ji Youngsung narrowed his eyes and his expression darkened. Don't say these words when you see Jiang Changkong. Besides, Jiang Changyue might not be dead. I understand. I'll bring it up in the future when I have the time. As for life and death, didn't you say it yourself? With such a strong power of Yin, apart from the likes of your clan's little heavens chosen one, there's almost no one who can survive. Li Changtian nodded. If they said this the moment they met, it would be too disappointing. Jiang Changkong would most likely chop them up. After all, a friend had just died, and you want me to sell my friend's belongings? No normal person would do such a thing. As for surviving, the chances were slim. Although they kept saying that Jiang Changkong and Jiang Changyue were geniuses and monsters, they were comparable to the little freaks of the major provinces. But in their hearts, they still didn't equate Jiang Changkong with the elites of the major provinces. They were inferior. Did your little heavens chosen one really come out? Li Changtian suddenly asked in a low voice. I also have a headache. She heard about Jiang Changkong and Jiang Changyue, so she came here on her own. Ji Youngsung rubbed his forehead and said, in 2 days. Her path protector will be here too. Then you'd better be careful. The little heaven's chosen one is very delicate. If anything happens to her, you'll be finished, Li Changtian said gloatingly. It was not a good thing for such a chosen one to come here. On the contrary, it would be a bad thing. They might get to know each other and get closer to each other. However, if something were to happen to them, they could forget about living the rest of their lives in despair. Don't worry, she's already in the mid-stage of astral spirit. Ji Youngsung had a proud look on his face. The Sea Clan's chosen one, a peak astral spirit, can't do anything to her. Li Changtian was a little jealous. The Li Clan's chosen one was not weak, but there were 2 of them. He didn't want to talk about it, so he changed the topic. What should we do now? I think we need to find Jiang Changkong. If we want to find him, unless he comes out himself, we can only keep an eye on Tang Ruashi. Ji Youngsung glanced at him and said, the people of the Anding province can't wait anymore. They've started fighting. Let them fight first. Right, the Jin, Yin, and Lin families don't seem to have any intention of backing out. Li Changtian frowned. That's good. I want to see who's behind them. Ji Youngsung sneered. Li Changtian nodded his head. He dared to take out the poison of Sin Domain. Such a person was courting death. He wanted to see for himself. Jiang Changkong stopped cultivating. More than half of his internal injuries had already healed. Without the extreme, cold power, he only had some frostbite. He took out his phone and sent a message to Tang Rawashi to report that he was safe. Rest well and don't come back. Many people are watching me. Find a safe place. Don't go near the mine. Many people are fighting there. Tang Rawashi sent a message. Jiang Changkong's eyes lit up. Many people were fighting there. Did this mean that it was dangerous? If he secretly saved some people, his spirit, qi, and spirit would have a place to live. Thinking of this, Jiang Changkong rushed to the mine area. However, halfway there, he saw a group of people in danger. Stargate strength was only Stargate level star demon. Jiang Changkong saved them and left after digging up the star stones. With such strength, he couldn't be bothered to ask for anything in return. You are Jiang Changkong. The few martial artists who were saved looked at his back excitedly. A lot of people are looking for you. You better hide well. After receiving a favor, these people also reminded him. Jiang Changkong waved his hand and left. Along the way, if someone was in danger, he would help, even if he didn't ask for anything in return. Of course, the premise was that there was no grudge. If it was someone from the three families, he would help the star demon. When they arrived at the mine area, several groups of people were fighting. There were also a few star spirits fighting in the distance. Jiang Changkong stood not far away and frowned. He couldn't intervene directly. However, some people on the ground were dying. If they were not treated, they would undoubtedly die. Now the others were fighting fiercely. There was no time to save them. Then I'll save you. Jiang Changkong didn't care who they were. He directly took out a few seriously injured people and operated the Tai Chi mysterious art to help them stabilize their injuries. However, he didn't have the energy to stabilize their injuries. He just wanted to save their lives. After saving them, he took the initiative to take their star stones and said calmly, "This is your treatment fee. You're welcome." The few of them were dumbfounded as they watched him continue to save others with blank looks on their faces. So, whose side are you on? Jiang Changkong didn't care what they thought. He was not robbing people. When someone noticed him, he would leave directly. He seems to be Jiang Changkong. Someone recognized him. Jiang Changkong? What does he want? I heard that he likes star stones very much. Now he wants to take our star stones, someone whispered. It's just a few star stones. Compared to our lives, it's nothing. The people who were saved nodded deeply. If these star stones could buy their lives, what else was there to say? He saved us for the star stones. We don't have star stones. Do you think he will save us? A person sneered. The others immediately moved aside and looked at him coldly. Don't implicate us. He will kill you and take your star stones. What can you do? This person was stunned. It seemed to be true. Now that they were fighting for the mine, they were already in a frenzy. More than one person had died. Now that they were not in the city, the Law Enforcement Bureau could only turn a blind eye to this kind of competition. The Federation didn't care. After saving people, Jiang Changkong obtained the star stones. He didn't stay and left directly. Chapter 183. Save a life and obtain a star stone. Jiang Changkong only took the ones that were useful to him. He didn't touch the low-level ones. Moreover, he only took the star stones. He didn't touch the medicine or anything else. After saving this place, Jiang Changkong went to other places. He would go wherever there was danger. Then, the result was that these forces killed each other fiercely, but in the end, only a few people died. By the time they stopped fighting, Jiang Changkong had already left. They couldn't find him, even if they wanted to. Jiang Changkong harvested the star stones and started to calculate the essence, qi, and spirit. Sometimes, if he was lucky, he could harvest tens of thousands of star stones at one time. If he was unlucky, he would get a few hundred points. If he was unlucky, he would get nothing. By the end of the day, he would have at least tens of thousands of essence, energy, and spirit points. This was much faster than him killing the star demon. Moreover, the three clans were still keeping an eye on him. Ji Young-sung and the others were probably also keeping an eye on him. It wouldn't be good for him to go to the research center and deal with the Starstones. No matter how he thought about it, he could only save people and get the Starstones. Based on his current speed, it would only take him a few days to collect all of them. A day passed, and Jiang Changkong's injuries were completely healed. He didn't stay idle at night. He wandered around the abyss and saved as many people as he could. Jiang Changkong's reputation once again spread throughout the abyss. He saved a life and only took the Starstones. He didn't ask for anything else in return. If it was someone else, unless the gap between them was too great, would they let it go so easily? Of course, there were also people who didn't know how to be grateful. They said that he only cared about the Starstones and saved them for the sake of the Starstones. He didn't pay attention to any of these. They were all messages from Tang Ruashi. The next day, they continued to rescue people, but they went further away and didn't go to the mine. Many people were looking for him. He planned to gather enough essence, chi, and spirit to step into the Star Soul level before going to the Research Institute. Today's harvest was pretty good. 50 to 60,000 points of essence, energy, and spirit. He was only a few 100,000 points away from the blazing sun or its perfection. Late at night, Jiang Changkong, draped in a black robe, arrived at the lunar wintry pond. The silvery white solid ice had yet to dissipate, and the middle-aged man's ice sculpture was still there. No one had moved it away. It seems like the three families don't have a good impression of you. They didn't even send someone to collect your corpse. Jiang Changkong looked at the ice sculpture with a hint of sarcasm. There was no one to collect his corpse after he died. The master behind the scenes probably didn't take him seriously. This is the lunar frigid pond. A cold voice rang out. Moonlight sprinkled down, and the phantom of a bright moon floated in the air. A silver-robed girl with a bright moon above her head walked over. Jiang Changkong's gaze froze. He looked at the girl, and the girl looked back at him. The girl had a head of silver-white hair, and her skin was as white as snow. Her expression was cold, and her eyes were like the moon. The image of the bright moon above Xiao Chen's head shone with the divine light of the moon. It was as if the moon god had descended to the mortal world. What a pretentious entrance! Jiang Changkong's heart trembled slightly. Would he have the sun and moon above his head in the future? Should I follow suit? Who are you? The power of the lunar star circulated in the girl's moon-like eyes. And who are you? Under the black robe, Jiang Changkong's eyes were calm. Lunar Ho family, Jian Shuiwe. A hint of arrogance appeared on the girl's face. Jiang Changyue, Jiang Changkong said calmly. Jian Shuiwe's beautiful eyes narrowed. You're Jiang Changyue. Is there a problem? Jiang Changkong's expression froze, and a hint of vigilance appeared in his heart. I've been hearing about you these past few days. Jian Shuai looked at the solid ice around her. With such attainments in the lunar star, you are indeed worthy of the Ho family's attention. The Ho family has a large business. They don't need to worry about an ordinary person like me, Jiang Changkong said calmly. I heard that you have 2 pieces of you guy. Ji Young-sung lost a bet with your friend Jiang Changkong. Jian Shuiwe's expression was calm as she said, You want to buy you guy again? Not for sale, Jiang Changkong said calmly. Jian Shuiwe said calmly, How about I bet with you? Kill the star demon? Jiang Changkong raised an eyebrow. Jian Shuiwe said proudly, If I can't defeat you with 1 palm, I'll give you 6,000 upper grade, 5th grade starstones right now. Jiang Changkong. Jian Shuiwe looked very young, at most 20 years old. But Jiang Changkong wasn't stupid. This young girl was terrifyingly strong. Mid-stage star spirit, 20 years old, mid-stage star spirit. Could she be the little freak of the Ho family? How terrifying would her talent be if she could get the full support of a major force? challenging someone at a higher level? Jiang Changkong would never believe that he was the only one who could do this. These little freaks could definitely beat their opponents at a higher level. He was at the peak of Hidden Star, and he wanted to fight with a mid-stage star spirit freak? He wouldn't agree, even if his brain was kicked by a donkey. Are you scared? Seeing that he didn't answer, Jian Shuiwa frowned. Kid, don't fight and kill. I still have something to do. Goodbye. Jiang Changkong turned around and left. He wouldn't provoke this little freak for the time being. When he stepped into the star spirit realm, if he couldn't defeat him with one palm, he would give him star stones. This bet is valid at any time. I can wait for you. Jian Shuiwa said proudly. Nan Tianping said the same thing to him before. He could slap me countless times. Now he didn't dare to talk to me like that. Jiang Changkong didn't say anything harsh. He really wasn't a match for Jian Shuiwa now. Although she was arrogant, she didn't force him to take Yu Gai, which was already very well behaved. If it were someone else, they would have already made a move. I'll wait for you to challenge me. The bet is valid at any time. I'll be here in the next few days. After saying that, Jian Shuiwa stepped into the cold pond and sank. You need to be taught a lesson. Jiang Changkong muttered in a low voice and quickly left. She obviously hadn't experienced setbacks. Hopefully, she wouldn't be like Yun Bugui of the Yun family. If she couldn't even take one blow, then no matter how talented she was still trash. What a tiring life. Forget it. I'll go save people overnight for these 6,000 starstones. Jiang Changkong sighed lightly and found a direction to leave in. Not long after he left, a man in black with the power of the moon star entered the cold pond. Huh, it's them? Not long after, Jiang Changkong saw a familiar person with a few warriors. They were being chased by a group of star demon. There were 2 star spirits in the middle stage. Do you need help? Su Xinghe. Jiang Changkong stood on a weed and said calmly. This familiar person was Su Xinghe, who he had saved in the moon pond. Jiang Zhangyue. Su Xinghe was taken aback for a moment before he said in pleasant surprise, Please help me. On his side, he was the only star spirit in the middle stage. There was a star spirit in the early stage, but they were far from being a match for the star demon. Jiang Changkong flipped his left hand, and the moon blade cut through the air. The moon blade chi scattered, and everywhere it passed, the star demon was frozen. The 2 star spirit star demon in the middle stage were no exception. They were all turned into ice sculptures. Good power, Su Xinghe praised. Same rules, Jiang Changkong said calmly. Su Xinghe took out the starstones. I didn't bring much for 100 upper grade starstones. We didn't bring them, the other warriors said awkwardly. Jiang Changkong's hand paused, and then he put away the starstones. Never mind. Su Xinghe's face darkened. He glared at the warriors beside him, his eyes full of anger. With a trace of embarrassment on his face, Su Xinghe took a deep breath and said, Jiang Zhangyue, I wonder if we can walk together. Sure. Jiang Changkong nodded and walked to the side with him. Su Xinghe asked the other warriors to wait and left with Jiang Changkong. After they were far away, Su Xinghe said in a low voice, Are you short of starstones recently? Changkong and I are about to break through. We need some, Jiang Changkong said calmly. Don't save them. Su Xinghe sighed. These people know how you do things. After you save them, it's fine even if you don't have starstones. Now, you don't even bring them out. Jiang Changkong, am I too kind? I saved them with or without starstones. How can I be wrong? Chapter 184. Another expert from the Yun family is looking for you everywhere. Su Xinghe whispered, I heard it's the peak of the astral spirit realm. If you continue to save people, the other party is likely to take advantage of this and wait for you to take the bait. Jiang Changkong nodded. It seems that I didn't save you for nothing. How can a few star stones measure the kindness of saving your life? Su Xinghe shook his head. It's just that I haven't been able to get many star stones recently. Otherwise, I would have sent some to you. Thank you. I'm almost there, Jiang Changkong said indifferently. The star stones just now were 120,000. He was only short of a few tens of thousands now. At worst, he could kill some star demon and extract the essence from the corpses. That's good. You and Jiang Changkong are both geniuses. If you can both break through, even the peak of the astral spirit realm may not be able to do anything to you, Su Xinghe said with admiration. Jiang Changkong was at the peak of the hidden star realm, while Jiang Changyue, he couldn't see through her specific realm. He only knew that her combat power was stronger than Jiang Changkong's. The peak of the hidden star realm could beat the mid-stage astral spirit realm. Once she stepped into the astral spirit realm, who could be her opponent? Jiang Changkong smiled indifferently. Remember Changkong's number. If anything happens and he is willing to pay, he may help you. With the Tai Chi mysterious art, unless it was a research institute or high-grade equipment, ordinary people would not be able to see through his specific realm. Okay. Su Xinghe was overjoyed. This was tantamount to making contact with these two. Although in the eyes of many people, the safety of these two might not be guaranteed, he knew in his heart. The peak astral spirit realm of the Yun family might not be able to do anything to these two. Besides, even if Jiang Changkong and Jiang Changyue did nothing but hide and wait for the limelight to pass before coming out again, how many people could be their opponents? Moreover, the ice at the frozen pond was the best proof of Jiang Changyue's strength. Once it erupted, who could stop her? There was no harm in making friends with such an expert. Su Xinghe was naturally happy to do so. After the discussion, Su Xinghe left with his people. Jiang Changkong dug out the star stones and extracted their essence, qi, and spirit. After hearing Su Xinghe's words, Jiang Changkong did not continue with the rescue. In the dark of the night, he found a place to rest. The next morning, Jiang Changkong was woken up by a phone call. So many people are calling? Jiang Changkong was a little surprised. Tang Ruoshi, Su Xinghe, Ji Youngsung, and finally Professor Yin. Professor Yin was a busy man. He wouldn't look for him for no reason unless it was something important. Thinking of this, Jiang Changkong first called Tang Ruoshi, Sister Ruoshi. As soon as the call went through, Tang Ruoshi said eagerly, Changkong, did Jiang Changyue go to the frozen pond last night? Yes, why? Jiang Changkong was puzzled. Did Jiang Changyue see a young girl who cultivates the Moon Star Force? She's 18 or 19 years old, and she's at the middle stage of the Star Spirit Realm? You mean the Moon Clan Jian Shuiyu? Don't tell me something happened to her. Jiang Changkong's heart skipped a beat. That little freak, did she die in the frozen pond? Is it really Jiang Changyue? Tang Ruoshi's voice was trembling. Jiang Changkong, hand over Shuiyu, shouted Ji Youngsung angrily. You've got the wrong person. Jiang Changyue has seen her, but with Jian Shuiyu's strength, Jiang Changyue can't be sure, Jiang Changkong said lightly. Jiang Changyue can't be sure, but he made a move when Shuiyu was searching for the treasure and triggered the star demon in the frozen pond. Ji Youngsung said fiercely, Jiang Changkong, I'm telling you, if something happens to Shuiyu, you and Jiang Changyue won't have an easy time. Are you threatening me? Jiang Changkong's tone was cold. As long as a high-level warrior didn't show up, he wasn't afraid of anyone. Now that he was about to step into the Star Spirit Realm, he could just rob a few warriors and beat them up. Ji Youngsung was angry, but he didn't dare to say anything more. He suppressed his anger and almost begged, Changkong, we've been friends for a while. Hand over Shuiyu, and I'll pretend that nothing happened. Everyone will be fine, okay? It wasn't Changyue. Changyue saw her, but she left after that. Jiang Changkong said lightly with a hint of doubt. Why do you suspect that it was Changyue? Last night, someone saw Shuiyu walk out of the frozen pond with serious injuries. She was chased by a man in black, and her whereabouts are unknown. Ji Young-sung's face darkened. At that time, Shui Yu shouted Jiang Changyue's name. The man is also a cultivator of the Lunar Star Force. Not only that, his martial arts and weapons are exactly the same as Jiang Changyue's, including the Yugai. It wasn't him. Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Changkong, you can't deny it with just one sentence. Ji Young-sung sounded desperate. If something happens to Shui Yu, we'll all die. Do you know where Shui Yu went? Didn't she go to find you? Jiang Changkong frowned. She came here on her own. I went to Ping'an City to pick her up, but she ran away. Ji Young-sung said with a headache. As for where she went, what do you want to do? I'm just asking. After Jiang Changkong finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Ji Young-sung didn't say anything. Obviously, he suspected Jiang Changkong and knew where to go. As for where Shui Yu went, it was easy to know. He dialed Su Xinghe's number. Sure enough, this call was also about Jian Shuiyu. Jiang Changkong directly asked for directions, and Su Xinghe answered very readily. The swamp area was accompanied by a route. When he was about to hang up, Su Xinghe said, Changkong, I just got 200 fifth-grade starstones. Do you want me to give them to you? I don't want them for no reason. Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Don't. Tell me a place, and I'll put them there. You can go get them when you have time. Su Xinghe said. Jiang Changkong frowned. 200 fifth-grade starstones were enough for him to break through to the star spirit realm. But wasn't this guy a bit too enthusiastic? He had saved his life twice, but he had asked for starstones. Other people didn't have starstones with them. They didn't care about saving their lives. But this Su Xinghe took the initiative to give him starstones. Could it be that he wanted to use the starstones as a trap? Changkong, I'll put them away. You can go get them later. You can explore the surroundings first. Su Xinghe said quickly. Jiang Changkong was silent for a while and then hung up. He was not being paranoid. He just couldn't figure out why Su Xinghe would do this. And Ding Bang, this snobbish guy, had decisively run to Ji Young-sung and Li Changtian. Now that Shui Yu had appeared, he was suspected. At this critical moment, this guy was still so enthusiastic to give starstones. If it wasn't a trap, then he must have a request. But what did he have that was worth his request? Forget it. He would go and see if the starstones were real. If they were real, then he must have a request. If it wasn't too difficult, he would agree. If it was a trap, he could retreat. But the lunar sword and Yu Gai had reabsorbed the power of the lunar star. Not long after, Su Xinghe sent him a location. It was on the way to the swamp area. This guy knew how to do things. He knew that he wanted to go there, so he put the starstones on the way. Jiang Changkong quickly arrived at the place where the starstones were buried. There was no one nearby. He dug out the starstones. There were 200 pieces of upper-grade, 5th-grade starstones. Jiang Changkong took out his essence, qi, and spirit and made a phone call. What do you want? Su Xinghe was silent for a while and then said Sin Realm. Jiang Changkong's expression changed. You don't want me to go in, do you? That was the land of exile. Why did this guy think of him? I heard some news about Sin Realm. When you have time, I will tell you in detail. How about it? I won't make things difficult for you. Okay. Jiang Changkong agreed and hung up. Since he didn't want to make things difficult for him, he would listen to what news he had. Chapter 185. The moon and the sun rose at the same time, and the Tai Chi appeared, swallowing yin and yang. The gold and silver Tai Chi shone with a golden light. The invisible astral power uprooted the surrounding weeds and made them float in the air. The shadow of the blade flashed around him silently and tracelessly. The astral power in his body was increasing, and the quality was also improving. 1 drop was equivalent to 10 drops before. Jiang Changkong's consciousness came to the 6th stargate again, and his illusory soul sank into the vast ocean of astral power. Endless, astral power poured into the illusory soul. Every drop of astral power was fusing with the soul. Jiang Changkong had a strange feeling that the astral power was like a part of him. He could command it and move it at will. On this side was the astral spirit. His consciousness and astral power merged and had spirituality. Diamond invincible. 3 strikes of grace. Tai Chi mysterious art. Blazing sun art. Cold moon art and Yuling art. The 6 martial arts formed the 6 Stargate, and most of them were now solid. The understanding of the 6 martial arts was also constantly integrated into his mind. The healing ability of the Tai Chi mysterious art was also strengthened. The healing ability of the diamond invincible art had also reached a terrifying level. Some skin wounds could be healed in a breath. The combination of the 2 martial arts, like the frostbite before, could be healed in an hour at most. The 3 strikes of grace was faster and more bizarre. The blazing sun art and the cold moon art were hotter and colder. And the Yuling art had an additional section, which was to control objects and control oneself. Controlling objects was easy to understand and had always existed, but controlling oneself could only be done with astral power. This time, the content was to control the body with qi and be as light as a feather. He could fly with a gust of wind. Of course, he could also use other forces to fly, which meant that he could fly. Jiang Changkong couldn't wait to try it. It was still the mystic yang step and the Yuling art. He didn't fly too high, 2 meters above the ground. The mystic yang appeared under Jiang Changkong's feet, and he walked in the air without any discomfort. The vast ocean of stars in his body was also consumed a little. This consumption was insignificant. Jiang Changkong tested moonlight again, and it worked just as well. After muttering to himself for a moment, the lunar sword appeared. He stepped on the sword and rode on it. Xiu! A beam of light pierced through the air, and a wave of pure energy flowed out from the sword, pushing him forward. It was even faster than him flying. A good weapon is really important. Jiang Changkong was pleasantly surprised. Not only did the lunar sword amplify his attacks, but it also amplified his sword kinesis flight. Swamp area. Jiang Changkong confirmed the direction and directly flew on his sword. As the wind whistled, her hair and clothes fluttered in the wind, creating a unique elegance. What a pity! If it weren't for the fact that there was only mud a few hundred meters above the abyss, he would really want to travel to the sky. Who didn't have the dream of a man riding a sword and flying unhindered across the world? Jiang Changkong's heart surged. But before he could calm down, he had already reached the depths of the swamp. It was too fast. Previously, it would take him a few minutes to get here, but now it only took him a few breaths to reach the swamp. In that case, I'll explore the entire swamp area first. With a thought, Jiang Changkong flew on his sword. Moonlight cut through the void, and Jiang Changkong's figure instantly disappeared. Did something fly over just now? A martial artist exclaimed. Something my ass. There's nothing. What are you thinking? Flying equipment isn't sold easily. We don't even know if there are high-level martial artists in the Anding province. How could it fly over? Could it be a star demon? The abyss is only so high up. What kind of flying star demon would flop around here? As the martial artist discussed, Jiang Changkong flew on his sword to check out the place below. In a swamp, he could occasionally see martial artists, but not Jian Shuiwa. In just a few minutes, Jiang Changkong had explored the entire swamp area. He even saw a few peak star spirit star demon. It wanted to pounce on him, but he avoided it. He didn't find Jian Shuiwa, but he did find remnants of the lunar star power. The area within a few hundred meters was frozen by the lunar cold qi, and the swamp was also frozen. Flying on his sword, Jiang Changkong looked at the remnants of the lunar star power below and fell into deep thought. Could it be that Jian Shuiwa had fallen into the swamp and disappeared here? No, with Jian Shuiwa's strength, even if she can't compare to a peak star spirit, she is definitely not weaker than a late star spirit. Jiang Changkong thought, There was no peak star spirit nearby, and the swamp's devouring ability couldn't do anything to him. As for the late star spirit star demon, the closest one was 1,000 meters away. As for the pursuit, Jiang Chongkong looked around. There were indeed remnants of the lunar star power here, but there were traces of a battle. Well, he couldn't see the traces of a battle. They were all lunar star power. Could this have been left by the pursuers? Forget it, I can't find them. Jiang Chongkong shook his head and flew away. Anyway, he didn't do it. If the Feng family really wanted to blame it on him, he wasn't afraid. But it was time to settle the score with the 3 families. In addition, just in case, it was time for his identity to show up. This time, he would let himself and his identity appear at the same time. Of course, it was a bit difficult, but it could be done. He could find a corpse and use the Yuling art to disguise himself as a second person. As for the astral power, he could pour it in himself. At the star spirit level, the astral power was under his control. As long as he didn't actively dissipate, it wouldn't dissipate on its own, nor would it float randomly. This was indeed a great benefit. After thinking for a while, Jiang Chongkong checked his data. Jiang Chongkong, early stage star spirit middle rank upper grade martial arts, indestructible Vajra divine art, beginner 1/45,000 Tai Chi mysterious art, beginner 1/45,000 3 strikes of grace, beginner 1/45,000 burning sun art, beginner 1/45,000 Yuling art, beginner 1/45,000 cold moon art, beginner 1/45,000 essence, energy and spirit. 2. 153 the further he went, the more terrifying the essence, energy and spirit he needed. When he reached the advanced level, he would see if he could get a star crystal vein. Let's go to the frozen lake again. He left on his sword, leaving a silver moonlight in the air. A group of people surrounded the frozen lake. They were all members of the Feng family, and they cultivated the power of the lunar star. There are a lot of strong ones. Jiang Chongkong narrowed his eyes. Some of them didn't hide, and one of them was even at the peak of star spirit. Of course, with his current strength, he shouldn't be afraid. He would only know the details when he fought. He could easily kill his previous self. Late-stage star spirits were definitely no match for him. I'll take care of 3 families tonight and then go out to grab the star vein. Jiang Chongkong stood in the sky and watched from afar. At the moment, his astral power was restrained and he didn't reveal a trace. The Feng family wouldn't give up on the star vein either. He hoped there wouldn't be too many peak star spirits. Although he wasn't afraid of them, he couldn't beat a group of them. The Feng family kept entering the lake and climbing out. They worked until late at night and got nothing. In the end, they had to leave with a heavy heart. Since Jian Shuiwa escaped from here, will she come back again? Jiang Chongkong pondered for a moment and entered the frozen lake on his sword. He came here to see if he could get more treasures now that his strength had improved. If he could take out a lot of stone stools, it wouldn't be impossible for the lunar blade to become a high-level treasure. He went deep into the lake and instantly came to the lunar lake. But the situation below made him look terrible. The lunar lake was rioting. The silver-white star demon swam inside and noticed him an intruder. Forget it, I'll come back next time. Jiang Chongkong turned around and left, ready to destroy the 3 families. Boom! The lake water shook and a lunar sword chi passed through the layers of water and came straight at him. Chapter 186. Jiang Chongkong frowned and the gold and silver Tai Chi diagram appeared at the same time. With a loud bang, the pool water rose into the sky and the violent power surged. Jiang Chongkong's figure quickly fell. The peak of astral spirit. Jiang Chongkong snorted and forced himself to stop. The Taiying sword under his feet vibrated slightly, and he rushed to the cold pool in an instant. Whoosh! The cold pool broke through the air, and a wave of extreme coldness hit. Get lost! Jiang Chongkong roared, and the long sword under his feet vibrated. A sword aura broke through the air and collided with extreme cold sword chi. In shock and anger, Jiang Changkong directly used all of his star power. Boom! The Tying sword light swept over, and the cold sword chi was shattered, sweeping 100 meters away. So strong! There was a sound of surprise, and the figure was already 1,000 meters away. Scheming against me, how dare you! Jiang Changkong snorted and did not go after him. The other party was not weak, and he could not catch up in a short time. Just like when he faced the late-stage astral spirit before, the two sides' positions were reversed. If the other party had other means, he might not be able to take him down. Besides, he didn't know if the other party had accomplices. After weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Changkong did not want to delay business. He took out his phone and contacted Su Xinghe, the location of the three families. Here, this is the stronghold of the three families in the abyss. What do you want? Su Xinghe asked. Jiang Changyue said that she was about to make a breakthrough. Was she going to kill them? Thinking of this, he hurriedly reminded. There is a peak astral spirit. Don't do anything. No need to ask. Jiang Changkong threw down a sentence and flew away. In terms of corpses, it was easy to find, such as the ice sculpture in the frozen pool. Putting a black robe on the ice sculpture, Jiang Changkong poured the power of the Tying star into it, transforming all the star power in his body. This time he had barely made a puppet body, a one-time consumable. The power it could exert was certainly not as great as that of Jiang Changyue, but it was not much weaker. After all, he could control it with the Yuling chant. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to show his face, he would have just worn 2 sets of black clothes. Then he sat down cross-legged to recover his astral powers. 2 hours later, his star power was fully restored. Jiang Changkong took out his phone and started recording. Jiang Changyue was going to speak later too. Using a phone to record, this was perfect. The lunar long sword vibrated, bringing along the ice sculpture as it moved. His main body was riding on a blade, stepping on a grade 6-peak blade, a golden profound sun and a silver moonlight. 2 figures, representing the sun and moon, headed toward the 3 strongholds. The strongholds of the 3 clans were near the Research Institute, and so were the rest of the forces. They all said that their strongholds were built next to the Research Institute. After all, starstones and the like were easy to deal with, but some instruments and equipment needed to be researched. Although it was late at night, the strength of those who came here was not lower than Stargate, and almost none of them had rested. What's that? A cry of surprise rang out as a cultivator pointed at the 2 beams of light in the sky. Could it be some sort of treasure? A martial artist asked excitedly. Treasure? There are 2 people. A martial artist with good eyesight said solemnly. People? How is that possible? They're flying in the air. Could they be high-level martial artists? The martial artists were shocked. How many years had it been since a high-level martial artist had appeared? They're coming this way. There really are 2 people. The one with the golden light looks familiar. That's Jiang Changkong? Jiang Changkong? Then, isn't the one next to him Jiang Changyue? While they were talking, 2 figures flew over on their swords and looked down at the buildings below. They were all mud houses and stone houses. I'm here today for one thing. Those who have nothing to do with the Yin, Lin, and Jin families, please leave, Jiang Changkong said coldly. It's really them. Are they going to cause trouble for the 3 clans? Let's go. Jiang Changyue's attack had a wide range. The unrelated martial artists hurriedly left. Up until now, Jiang Changyue's move still contained the power of the moon star. If they wanted to experience the power of this move, they could go to the frigid pond to see the corpse of the late-stage star spirit. Boom! With a shocking explosion, a majestic aura rushed up from below and filled the sky. The golden star power was like a golden ocean. A sharp aura emanated from the golden star power, revealing an indestructible will. 2 little guys, You dare to provoke us just because you got 2 flying instruments? An old voice sounded. A white-haired old man looked up at the sky and coldly stared at the 2. The 3 clans tried to kill me. They must die. Jiang Changkong shouted coldly. The blazing sun star power in his body surged out, forming a blazing sun that illuminated a radius of a few thousand meters. At the same time, boundless moon star power also surged out of the black-robed man's body, forming a bright moon. The sun and moon were in the same sky. The black-robed man also said coldly, "Leave none of the 3 clans alive! You 2 don't know life from death." The old man shouted coldly. Golden light blossomed and a golden sword exuded a sharp aura. The star power above his head gathered into 2 sword auras. The brilliant sword auras, sharp golden light, cut the sun and the moon. 1 blade, sunset. The sunset glow was like fire, brilliant and resplendent as it covered the sky. Dazzling moon. When the saber appeared, the black-robed man shouted, and the startling saber moved in an instant. The sun and moon vibrated at the same time, rushing towards the sword auras. The 2-blade auras slashed straight at the old man. Boom! The sun and moon collapsed, the sword auras exploded, and a terrifying power swept through the air. The soil collapsed and fell. Down below, the sunset blade fell. The old man's expression changed. He finally realized that Jiang Changkong was no longer the same as before. The dazzling blade, hazy moonlight, was extremely fast and silent. The old man hurried to block, but he was still a beat too late. The long blade slashed through, not hurting him at all, but the terrifying cold qi had already entered his body. The terrifying star power exploded, and the houses on the ground collapsed. Half of it was hot, the other half was cold. Help! Run! Inside the houses, the cultivators of the 3 families screamed in fear and ran away. "You can't escape," the black-robed man said coldly. A mighty power rose, and the moon rose again. The moonlight sprinkled down, full of murderous intent. Jiang Changkong's expression was cold. A blazing sun formed above his head, and he swung his blade aura. Boom! A violent power burst out from the old man's body again, and his aura became even stronger. The cold qi that had entered his body was forced out. The long sword buzzed, and the sharp sword aura swept across, enveloping the 2 of them at the same time. Jiang Changkong's eyes narrowed. He saw the medicine bottle next to the old man. The old man had taken medicine. The old man's aura had become much stronger, but it was still within his control. Now it could be said that there were 2 of him. It was just that he couldn't use the Tai Chi diagram. The sunset blade rose again, and the moon sword under the black-robed man's feet also moved. The moon haze sword and the dazzling moon saber used 3 swords at the same time and used 3 ultimate moves. The 2 sabers and 1 sword shattered the blade aura and kept moving forward. The saber aura and the sword aura were shot in all directions. The fleeing cultivators were pierced by the saber aura and the sword aura, turning them into corpses. Apart from the old man, there was no other star spirit among the 3 families. Kill! The old man shouted and summoned his astral power to block the 2 sabers and the sword. The startling blade arrived first, even though it was launched later. Clang! The saber and the sword collided. The moon's saber flew back, and the Yugai swayed. Damn it! The old man's body trembled. Although he seemed unharmed, the strange attack had already sent the moon qi into his body. The sunset blade and the moon haze sword were about to hit him. In a hurry, the old man could only summon his astral power to block. Chapter 187. Jiang Changkong, Jiang Changyue, how did they fly? In the distance, the martial artists gathered and watched the battle solemnly. There was something wrong with the sword before, but now there was nothing under Jiang Changkong's feet. Maybe it's a miniature flying instrument, a martial artist said. It's possible. Jiang Changkong is related to the research. The martial artist suddenly realized that with Professor Yun's connection, it wasn't impossible to get a flying instrument. In the distance, Professor Yun was silent. He had only given them a 6th-rank upper armor, so there was no way they could fly. Ji Young-sung looked at the black-robed figure and the middle-aged man next to him. "Uncle Da, can we take down Jiang Changyue and Jiang Changkong and ask them about Shui Yu's whereabouts?" "It's going to be difficult." Mingda's expression was solemn, his eyes filled with seriousness. "These 2 people will be the 2 ladies' greatest enemies." "Uncle Da, are you sure you can deal with one of them alone?" Ji Young-sung's face darkened. "You think too highly of me. If this drugged peak stage astral spirit doesn't leave now, I'm afraid he'll die here. As for fighting one of them alone, I can only guarantee that I can leave." De shook his head. "Any one of them isn't any weaker than Shui Yu. He might really be the murderer." Shi Yongxing said with an ugly expression. A strange expression flashed across Duda's face, but he did not say anything. As his voice fell on the battlefield, a sword and a blade fell. The old man only had time to block the moon sword, and the sunset glow blade pierced into his body. Clang! With a loud sound, the old man's clothes were torn apart, revealing a soft armor and a peak grade 6 long saber. However, there was only a small crack, but that was enough. The raging blade chi poured into his body through the gap. A 6th-rank soft armor. Not a bad armor. Jiang Changkong looked indifferent. But it's over. The power of the moon and the sun poured into the old man's body at the same time. The 2 extreme forces intertwined. Even if he took pills, he couldn't suppress it. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. It contained ice shards, but it was burning hot. Rolling waves of heat, the power of extreme cold. The old man's expression was unsightly. Half of his body was burning hot, while the other half was freezing cold. "Kill!" The old man let out a low roar, and the sword light flashed again. The long sword flew out of his hand, and he quickly retreated. "Can you leave?" Jiang Changkong's expression was cold as he used his black robe to block the sword light. He descended from the sky and slashed with his saber. "Jiang Changkong, why do you insist on chasing me? Even if you kill me, there will be another peak star spirit coming." The old man's face darkened. He tried his best to suppress the 2 extreme forces in his body. Now that he had lost his weapon, he could only rely on the soft armor on his body to resist. Boom! The long saber fell, and the star power burst out. The earth shook, and the old man flew out. His hot blood mixed with ice shards sprayed everywhere. "If there's another one, I'll kill another one." Jiang Changkong stepped on the ground with an indifferent expression. "I won't let trouble live." Clank! The long sword danced, and the extreme cold dissipated. The black-robed man descended from the sky and said coldly, "Cut the crap. Kill him and leave." Jiang Changkong nodded and didn't say anything else. The sun rose again. The rolling sun lit up the night sky. The moon shone brightly and appeared in the sky. The 2 extreme forces met in the air. Not only did they not fight, but they also had a special tacit understanding. They got along harmoniously, and yin and yang were balanced. Boom! The sun and moon fell. The old man couldn't resist at all, and was swallowed by the power. The flames burned, and the extreme cold of yin. When the violent star power dissipated, there was only a half-burnt, half-frozen corpse. Jiang Changkong looked indifferent and looked around. The houses had long been destroyed, and the ground was full of ravines. Dozens of bodies were on the ground. The weakest of these bodies were Stargate cultivators. They must be the elites of the 3 families. Jiang Changkong put away his weapon and the space equipment of these people. He didn't wait for the others to arrive and left in the air. Seeing Jiang Changkong leave, someone wanted to chase after him, but gave up the next second. He was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he was far away. In the blink of an eye, he couldn't be seen anymore. Jiang Changkong put the ice sculpture back in place, and left with the black-robed man. He began to check the space equipment and count the star stones inside. There weren't many. Adding them all up, there were 100 upper, 5th grade star stones, 400 middle, 5th grade star stones, and 600 lower, 5th grade star stones. These poor bastards. He had killed the late-stage star spirits and taken the star stones from the 3 families. It was normal that they were gone now. However, a peak star spirit didn't have star stones. How did he survive? Now they had all shrunk. Essence, chi, spirit, 17,000. It wasn't even enough to upgrade 1 martial art. How did something happen to that little girl? Jianxue. 6,000 upper-grade star stones. This kind of talent must have a lot of star stones. After all, the star stones collected by the great forces were for their own use. If Fatty Nan was a moving warehouse of star stones, then these people were super large warehouses. Forget it, I'll rest first. I'll go find Tang Ruashi tomorrow. Jiang Changkong shook his head, sat up cross-legged, and recovered his previous consumption. This mineral vein, he was determined to get it. Jiang Changkong could rest at ease, but the others couldn't. A peak star spirit had been hacked to death, just like that. A large mineral vein had not yet officially begun, and a peak star spirit had died. This was something that had never happened before. In the past, when the big forces intervened in the fight for mineral veins, although there would be casualties, it was only because they were in a frenzy. Now, before the official fight had begun, one had already died. Moreover, this one was killed by a young genius, although it was 2 people working together. But as long as one wasn't stupid, one could see that any one of them had the combat power of a peak star spirit. Su Xinghe was also in the crowd. He didn't show anything strange, but he was thinking about how to contact Jiang Changkong. This strength was really beyond his expectations. He was definitely a genius who surpassed Yun Bugue back then. About the Sin realm, I can only look for him. Su Xinghe sighed softly and turned back to the Su family stronghold. And in the research institute, Tang Ruashi was looking at the person in front of her with a blank face, the president of Budokai and Dingbang. Assistant Ruashi, I think the relationship between me and Changkong is excellent. And Dingbang said with a serious face. Tang Ruashi, why are you looking for me? Such a good relationship. Go look for him yourself. Assistant Ruashi, look, if Changkong must fight for the mineral vein, can you give me some face and go easy on me? And Dingbang was panicking now. When Jiang Changkong asked him to ride on his coattails, he refused. Now, he also didn't want to ride on Jiang Changkong's coattails. After all, killing a peak star spirit was nothing. But this didn't mean he dared to offend Jiang Changkong. He could be considered to have witnessed Jiang Changkong's capabilities. If they really shed all pretense of cordiality, Jiang Changkong would definitely be able to make a move. The Si family and the Li family were 2 good coattails, but because of them he would fight with Jiang Changkong to the death? Forget it, he would rather stay in Pingan City for the rest of his life and not climb up. Just now, Mainda had said that Jiang Changkong and Jiang Changyue were not inferior to the Si family's little freak. This generation of the Si family had only produced 2 geniuses, and Jiang Changkong also had 2. Go look for him yourself. Why are you looking for me? Tang Ruashi said with a frown. She couldn't help Jiang Changkong. You have a good relationship with him. Help me say that I have no intention of being his enemy, and I am willing to hand over 1,000 upper-grade, 5th-grade starstones. When they must fight, go easy on us, don't be ruthless. And Dingbang said hurriedly, Haha, go by yourself. Tang Ruashi sneered and went straight back to her room to sleep. She didn't intend to help at all. Assistant Ruashi, if you talk nonsense again, I will beat your leg. And Dingbang! He couldn't afford to offend them. Chapter 188. In the mine area, blood flowed like a river. Corpses lay in pools of blood, lifeless. Starlight intertwined, illuminating the surroundings. Blades and swords intertwined, fighting with their lives. A few groups of cultivators fought each other. all for the sake of the ownership of the vein. Why don't you cherish your life? With a sigh, the sun rose warmly. A figure with the sun on his head stepped on the air. With the arrival of the figure, the star power surged and endless pressure swept across. The bodies of the people fighting sank as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Jiang Chongkong. The martial artists looked up and stared at the newcomer in horror. He stepped on the air. Have you really broken through to the advanced level? One of the martial artists had a solemn expression with a hint of fear. I'm still far from the advanced level, Jiang Chongkong said indifferently. He soared through the air, and boundless astral energy rippled out. The cultivators were forced to retreat, and the weaker ones were sent flying. You also want this mine? The astral spirit martial artist retreated more than 10 meters before he could stabilize his body. Of course. Jiang Chongkong restrained his star power and looked indifferent. I believe you also know that with your strength, you can't touch this mine. Even if we can't touch it, we can't let other provinces touch it. A middle-aged astral spirit said coldly. As soon as the voice fell, some people were dissatisfied. A young man said coldly, everyone depends on their own ability. And Ding province is not qualified to control a large mine. Other provinces. Jiang Chongkong frowned, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I agree with him. Everyone depends on their own ability. The middle-aged astral spirit's face darkened. Jiang Chongkong, you are alone. Can you be the enemy of Nding province? Yes, you are strong, but you are only one person. There are many peak astral spirits in Nding province. The martial artists of Nding province clamored one after another. You speak as if Nding province is powerful. The young man snorted. It hasn't really started yet. When the peak astral spirits of the major provinces come, what can you do? This brother's words make sense. It hasn't even started yet, so why must you fight? Jiang Chongkong smiled faintly and said, Moreover, when it comes to the ownership of the mineral veins, it is us peak star spirits who have the final say. You are thinking too much. You have guts. Do you really want to fight for the mine alone? The young man was surprised. Is there a problem? Jiang Chongkong asked. Then you'll have to face not only the Anding province, but also the peak of star spirit from our province, the young man said in a low voice. Jiang Chongkong calmly asked, Which family are you from? Alcade Chamber of Commerce, member of Budokai, Su Yuan. I'm just a lackey. The young man cupped his hands and said, President Yao Meng has mentioned you before, as expected of an expert that the president highly values. Yao Meng? I heard that she also came. I wonder if she has arrived yet? Jiang Chongkong said indifferently. She has arrived. She is staying with Ji Young-sung and Li Changtian, Su Yuan said. Well, it's time for me to meet my old friends. Jiang Chongkong nodded gently and waved his hand. Let's disperse. This kind of meaningless fight will only waste lives. Jiang Chongkong, do you really think you're someone important? The middle-aged man sneered. If you intervene alone, be careful that you won't be able to retreat. Huh. Jiang Chongkong chuckled and rose into the air, his expression indifferent. Back then, Yun Bugue was able to subdue the Anding province. Today, I, Jiang Chongkong, can also subdue all of you. After that, he did not stay any longer. He turned into a golden light and left the mineral vein area. Arrogant, too arrogant. The middle-aged man was furious, and the rest of the warriors' faces were also very ugly. What did he mean by Yun Bugue was able to subdue them, and he could also subdue all of them? Su Yuan's face was also ugly, because this also included the people of the major provinces. But what could they do? Rush up and fight with Jiang Chongkong? Last night, this guy had just hacked a peak astral spirit to death. He had the capital to be arrogant. Jiang Chongkong arrived at the stronghold of the Research Institute. At this moment, The door was open, and Professor Yin was drinking tea with two assistants. Sister Ruashi. Jiang Changkong walked into the research institute with a smile on his face. Changkong, you're back. Tang Ruashi was overjoyed and quickly greeted him. Sit down, I'll pour you some tea. Jiang Changkong took out the armor and handed it back to Professor Yin. Thank you, Professor Yin. I'll return it today. Professor Yin took the armor and said with a faint smile, You haven't used it before. There's no need to thank me. These are the star stones I got these days. Please help me deal with them. Jiang Changkong took out the star stones. He would have to trouble them again. Professor Yin nodded and accepted the star stones. Next, are you going to participate in the mine competition? Well, it's not the time yet. Those who should appear have not all arrived yet, Jiang Changkong said lightly. You're strong enough, but not powerful enough. Although you have Jiang Changyue, you're still not enough, Professor Yin said. Jiang Changkong nodded. I don't need to worry about the power. When I get the mine, someone from Jianghai will come and take care of it. Professor Yin shook his head and laughed, no longer continuing this topic, and said, Jiang Changyue really didn't do anything to Jian Shuiyue? There's no need to do anything to her. It's not good for me to do anything to her. Jiang Changkong frowned. Does Professor Yin have any clues? I have some ideas, but they're just suspicions. However, this has nothing to do with me, and I don't want to get involved, Professor Yin said with a smile. If you can find out who did it, please tell me. This matter involves Jiang Changyue, and there must be an explanation. Jiang Changkong said, whoever dared to plot against him, he would kill them if he could. But if he couldn't find them, then so be it. His strength was still not enough. If he could step into the mid-stage star spirit realm, he should have the strength to suppress everyone. Professor Yin pondered for a moment and said, Wait until I have more clues, then we'll talk. Professor Yin, how much do you know about the Sin realm? Jiang Changkong asked. Yun Tianshan's poison came from the Sin realm, and Su Xinghe had something to ask of him, which was also related to the Sin realm. He was very curious about what was worth paying attention to in the Sin realm. Professor Yin was silent, and after a long while he said, The Sin realm? This can't be easily revealed. If you can really snatch the mine, the Federation will invite you, and I'll tell you the details then. All right, I'll go to Ji Youngsung's place to meet an old friend. Jiang Changkong cupped his hands and got up to leave. Changkong, now that Ji Youngsung sees you as an enemy, be careful, Tang Ruashi said. Don't worry, Sister Ruashi, as long as there are no high-level martial artists and Professor Yin is not hostile, no one can stop me. Jiang Changkong said confidently. The reason why he included Professor Yin was because he didn't know how many tricks this professor had up his sleeves. If he took out something like a mech or a high-level armor, he really couldn't do anything. Professor Yin smiled and threw something over. Take this with you. Don't let anyone find out. I have use for it. Jiang Changkong took it. It was a monitoring device. He left the research institute and went straight to the Sea Clan stronghold. Ji Youngsung had also built a stronghold. Li Changtian, Nan Tianping, and Yao Ming had also built their strongholds here. Other than that, there were also those from the big provinces who built their strongholds here, separate from the Nding province. When Jiang Changkong arrived, a group of people were sitting outside the house, discussing about Ji Shuiyu and the mine. His eyes were sharp, and he saw an old acquaintance, Ji Qingming. Chapter 189. Jiang Changkong's arrival in the air naturally attracted their attention. Jiang Changkong, you still dare to come here? Ji Youngsung said angrily. The power of the moon shook. Ming let out a low growl and leaped into the air, pressing his palm forward. Jiang Changkong's expression did not change. He swooped down and raised his palm to counter. With a loud bang, the blazing sun and the moon collided. The two extreme forces instantly exploded. Gold and silver light swept in all directions. Both of them paused at the same time. Their palms separated and Mingda's figure floated down. Jiang Changkong descended from the air and landed steadily. He praised good strength. I can't compare to you. At such a young age, your strength is already not inferior to mine. Mingda sighed and retreated to the side. Clap, clap. Applause rang out. Yao Meng was dressed in white and had a smile on her face. How long has it been since we last met? Your growth is really unexpected. Meng Jie praised me. I came here mainly to meet an old friend. Jiang Changkong smiled indifferently and glanced at the two of them. Nan Tianping, Ji Qingming, long time no see. Long time no see. The two of them did not look good. They did not want to see Jiang Changkong. You have already met an old friend. Do you want me to treat you to a meal? Ji Young-sung said coldly. Mr. Ji, before we make a decision, do not make enemies recklessly. Jiang Changkong's tone also became colder. I have troubled you to come here. Hurry up and investigate. If you dare to frame Changyue, I will be the first to not let you off. Humph. Ji Young-sung snorted coldly and did not say anything. We are considered friends. Why the awkward silence? Yao Meng smiled lightly. Changkong, we have not seen each other for a long time. I have many things to say to you. Shall we walk together? Sure. Please. Jiang Changkong nodded and extended his hand to make an inviting gesture. A middle-aged woman walked out of a stone house and followed beside Yao Meng. Jiang Changkong was slightly shocked and couldn't help but take another look. Another peak star spirit. The three of them walked away from them, heading towards the extreme in cold pond. Yao Meng didn't speak. Jiang Changkong didn't take the initiative to speak either. Naturally, the middle-aged woman behind him didn't speak either. The three of them walked all the way to the lunar cold pond. Yao Meng then said, Let me introduce you. This is Aunt Lu. She's here to protect me. Miss, you're being too polite. You can just call me Lu Min. The middle-aged woman bowed slightly and said. Jiang Changkong nodded slightly. Now that they knew each other, he asked, Why did you bring me here? I believe that you weren't the one who attacked Shuiyu. Ji Young-sung was too worried. Yao Meng said softly. After a pause, she continued, Also, let me reintroduce myself. Yao Meng, the Yao from Yaoguang. Su Yuan mentioned the Yaoguang Chamber of Commerce before. Jiang Changkong wasn't surprised and said calmly. Yao Meng smiled and came to the edge of the pond. Jiang Changyue, did you come here again? Did you meet anyone suspicious? A man in black at the peak of star spirit. Moon star power. I fought him and he escaped. Jiang Changkong said indifferently. When Shuiyu came, we hadn't broken through yet. We were only at the mid-stage of star spirit. Yao Meng nodded and said, I left the position of vice chairman for you. Have you changed your mind? What do you think? Jiang Changkong said indifferently. What if I give you this mine? Yao Meng said generously. Jiang Changkong smiled and said, If you get it, give it to me. I'll owe you a favor. Never mind, I'll just be friends with you. Yao Meng said helplessly. In 3 days, those who will come will come. You'd better think it through. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Jiang Changkong said indifferently, not taking it to heart. He was already prepared to face these things. He wouldn't give up unless a high-level martial artist came 3 days later. Yao Meng stopped talking about these things and began to tell him about the interesting things in the province. Jiang Changkong also noticed her strength. She was already at the early stage of star hiding. She was very talented, but after seeing Shuiyu, she was a bit ordinary. Jiang Changkong also told him some things about himself. They chatted for more than 2 hours before they parted ways. After thinking about it, he first used star power to block the surveillance equipment before calling Su Xinghe. He wanted to figure out the Sin realm. Changkong. Su Xinghe was a bit excited. Are you done? Yes. Do you want me to come to the Su family to talk in detail? Jiang Changkong asked. I'll come out. The strongholds are all together now. It's easy to be eavesdropped, Su Xinghe said. Lunar, frigid pond. Jiang Changkong said and hung up. Not long later, Su Xinghe came. He was about to speak when Jiang Changkong took him away. They went deep into the swamp area, and Jiang Changkong found a place to land. All right, there's no one here. Tell me about the Sin realm. What do you want? Jiang Changkong said. Su Xinghe took a deep breath. I want to ask you to save my father's life. Jiang Changkong raised his eyebrows. Your father? What does it have to do with the Sin realm? My father is in the Sin realm. That was about 7 or 8 years ago. I had a little brother. Su Xinghe sighed and began to explain. Su Xinghe's little brother. He was quite talented and entered the star hiding at the age of 20. He was killed in a fight for a treasure. His father, Su Hengji, found out about it but had no evidence. In a fit of rage, he killed the other party and his companions, a total of 8 people. When the news broke out, he was suppressed by the Federation and locked up in the Sin realm. I heard that the Sin realm only banished him. Did the other sinners want to kill Su Hengji? How did you know that? Jiang Changkong frowned and asked the question in his heart. How do I enter the Sin domain? Su Xinghe's expression was heavy. Actually, the most dangerous people in the Sin realm are not the sinners, but geniuses like you. What do you mean? Jiang Changkong's expression changed. Being locked up in the Sin realm seems like there's no punishment. It's just a restriction. But it's actually a fat pig raised by the Federation and other powerful forces. Su Xinghe said helplessly. Every time when the pig becomes fat, it will be killed and eaten. Jiang Changkong was slightly taken aback. What was the meaning of this? Su Xinghe continued to explain, allowing him to understand. The Sin realm only has one city, the City of Sin. There are no laws and no restrictions. Inside, the fist is king. There is only the most primitive rule of survival. The strong survive. The weak seek survival outside of the city. The City of Sin was built on an isolated island. On the island, there were countless star demon. There were many star demon at the peak of the star spirit realm. Every year, the Federation would send resources over for them to exchange for star stones and treasures. These people had no equipment and could not process the star stones, but they needed resources so they could only store star stones. And you geniuses from the powerful forces, once you reach a certain standard, you can go and harvest them. Su Xinghe's gaze dimmed. His father was one of those fat pigs. They won't leave the island. They won't store star stones. Jiang Changkong frowned. They can't. The entire island is locked down. Also, the Federation has sent high-leveled martial artists to guard it. Su Xinghe bitterly smiled. Those who tried to escape all died there. To provoke them, the Federation has set a rule. For those who participate, they kill 10 people and provide resources for 10 years. After killing 100, they can leave and start anew. But if they want to leave, they have to prepare 10 times the amount of star stones. Jiang Changkong's eyes widened. Was this a crazy provocation to them? To make them store star stones and fight against the geniuses? Did anyone come out? Jiang Changkong asked. No, because none of them could kill 100 people. The geniuses who went out are mostly like you. They are not at the peak of the star spirit realm, but their combat abilities are comparable to the peak of the star spirit realm. Jiang Changkong, big province maniacs? The Federation was making things difficult for them. What could they use to fight against them? And they're 10 times the amount of star stones? Was the Federation joking? How many star stones did these maniacs bring with them? Was he using the criminals as a whetstone and a fat piece of meat? Killing monsters and getting treasures? Chapter 190. As if reading Jiang Changkong's mind, Su Xinghe continued. They are there to sharpen their knives. Sharpening knives was one thing, but these geniuses killed the criminals, and the star stones they obtained would also be theirs. No wonder the major forces would also participate. A group of criminals in the endless star demon land needed star stones, but could not use them. How many would they store? For the 10 times the target and the hope of leaving the island, they would probably risk their lives, right? If it were Jiang Chongkong, he would also fight for that hope. In any case, the Federation would not kill them. Let them fight with this group of geniuses. If they won, they would come out and start anew. If they lost, then sorry, your life would be gone, and the star stones that you worked so hard for would also be gone. He finally understood why Yao Meng said that the geniuses of the major provinces would also fall. Going to the Sin domain, facing those fugitives, it was not impossible for the little perverts to die there. If he let Jiang Chongkong go now, he also had no confidence that he could guarantee his survival. Where did you get this information? Jiang Chongkong asked after listening. Su Xinghe was silent for a moment, then said, Yun Tianshan. Jiang Chongkong's expression darkened slightly. Yun Tianshan? You should know how he died. My relationship with Yun Tianshan was not very good, but because we both had relatives in the Sin domain, he took the initiative to find me. He hoped that I could join forces with him, work for others, and ensure my father's safety. Su Xinghe explained, at that time I was still considering when he was killed by Jiang Changyue. Work for who? Jiang Chongkong asked. Not sure. Yun Tianshan did not reveal it to me. After the incident, I investigated and found a person you are also looking for, Su Xinghe said. I'm also looking for Chu family's Chu Yunlong? Jiang Chongkong's expression changed, he said. He was looking for Chu Yunlong, but there was no news of Tang Ruashi. It's him. He was the one who instigated the 3 families to seek revenge on you. Su Xinghe said, a small loach that escaped the net actually has this ability. Not bad, said Jiang Chongkong with a chuckle, but it doesn't look like it's little loach now. His people even sent late-stage and peak astral spirits, and they all died in your hands, Su Xinghe said. Then why didn't you ask Ji Shuiyu? Jiang Chongkong asked. Chang Kaisheng must be joking. I can still see what Ding Bang is like now. Su Xinghe smiled bitterly. And Ding Bang, after currying favor with him for so long, did he take him seriously? None at all. Since it was impossible, he could only choose Jiang Chongkong. Jiang Chongkong thought for a moment and asked, How many starstones can you take out? Don't tell me you don't have any left. After so many years, I don't believe you don't have any left. You're willing to help. Su Xinghe was delighted. I can only guarantee that if I can be invited into Sin Realm and see Su Hengji, I will do my best to protect him. Of course, the premise is that your brother was killed as you said. Su Hengji only killed because of the pain of losing his son. He's not an evil person. Jiang Chongkong said indifferently. The pain of losing a son was understandable, and it was fine to save his own life. But if Su Hengji knelt before he arrived, then there was nothing he could do. It's absolutely true. Little brother was really killed by someone. Su Xinghe hurriedly said, My father is not an evil person. It was the pain of losing his son that was too much of a shock. Then let's talk about the price. Jiang Chongkong curled his lips. It was time to talk about the price in a deal. Right now, I can only take out 1,600 high-grade starstones and 2,000 mid-grade starstones. After Su Xinghe finished, he asked anxiously, Do you think it's enough? Essence, spirit, and energy, 88,000. Including what he had before, it was enough for him to step into the initial stage of 2 martial arts. Jiang Chongkong pondered for a moment and said, Sure. Seeing this, Su Xinghe said again, How about I help you to get more starstones? You have a way. Jiang Chongkong's eyes revealed a strange look. I'll know after I try. I don't know if it will work or not. Su Xinghe said thoughtfully. It's fine as long as you don't do anything outrageous. Oh right, do you know where Chu Yunlong is now? Jiang Chongkong asked. I'm not sure. Ever since Yun Tianshan, Chu Yunlong seemed to have evaporated into thin air. There's no news at all. Su Xinghe shook his head. Jiang Chongkong nodded and said, Give me the starstones. I'll keep my promise. They're all here. Su Xinghe took out a pile of starstones from the star concealing ring. After Jiang Changkong accepted it, he said, "Recently, something happened in Ji Shuiyu. Someone framed her. Don't reveal that you're familiar with me, lest it implicates you." Understood. Su Xinghe nodded and said, "My uncle is in charge of the Su family now. Call me if you need anything." Jiang Changkong sighed softly and said, "Actually, Su Hengji can't come out even if you pay so much." Su Xinghe's body trembled slightly. As a son, how can I sit back and watch my father be killed? Jiang Changkong was speechless. Su Hengji could be considered lucky to have such a son. The two parted. Su Xinghe left, and Jiang Changkong directly improved his indestructible Vajra and Tai Chi mysterious art, both of which had reached the initial stage. He also stepped into the mid-stage star spirit realm, and his strength rose again. After stabilizing his cultivation, he returned to the Research Institute alone. In the Research Institute, Jiang Changkong handed the surveillance device to Professor Yin. "Professor, why did you give me this thing? Seeing that you came back safely, I'm even more certain of my guess." Professor Yin tapped on the device, and a virtual screen appeared, playing the scene of him meeting Ji Youngsung and talking with Yao Ming. As for the conversation with Su Xinghe, because Jiang Changkong had blocked the surveillance, it wasn't recorded. After that palm strike, Yuan Shurda didn't make things difficult for you anymore. These geniuses all have a peak star spirit warrior with them. Professor Yin said with a playful expression, "Now that the little princess of the Ji family is in trouble, how can these big forces not give face and help you?" "You mean they all know something about Ji Shuiyu?" Jiang Changkong narrowed his eyes. "Not necessarily, but Yuan Shurda definitely knows. Of course, they may be afraid of Jiang Changyue, but if they take you down, how can Jiang Changyue not come out?" Professor Yin said lightly, "Have you been to the lunar frigid pond to take a look?" "Changyue has seen it. The lunar lake is rioting, and the star demon is already restless. It's hard to go down." Jiang Changkong frowned and said, "Can you tell me more about your thoughts?" "Ji Shui, you might be fine. Involving Jiang Changyue is just a casual mention, or to divert attention," Professor Yin said in a low voice, "and the little princess of the Ji family is either in the lunar lake, or she's already in the dark. But the lunar lake is already rioting." Jiang Changkong frowned. "Ji Shuiyu is a genius of the lunar lake, and with the moonstone you gave her, she must have some of the characteristics of the lunar star body. Presumably, it already possesses a portion of the characteristics of the extreme Yin celestial body. In that extreme Yin lake, it's like a fish returning to the sea." Professor Yin said softly, "Then what's their purpose?" Jiang Changkong felt confused. What happened when Ji Shuiyu was chased? Isn't it simple? Not to mention impersonation. They can do it with some special methods. As for the purpose, it might be that someone wants to make a move and take the opportunity to escape. Professor Yin said lightly, "Let Jiang Zhangyue enter the lunar frigid pond again and see if there's any harvest." Jiang Changkong frowned and thought for a moment, then cupped his hands and said, "If that's the case, thank you, Professor Yin." "Thank Ruashi. If not for her, I wouldn't have helped you." Professor Yin waved his hand. Jiang Changkong thanked him. Tang Ruashi glared at him. "Why are you being so polite with me? Hurry up and go." Jiang Changkong asked them to help investigate Su Hengji's matter before leaving. Chapter 191. Jiang Changkong flew into the air and arrived at the lunar frost pond once again. After confirming that there was no one around, he put on a black robe and entered the pond. The lunar lake was still raging. The lake water surged, and the silvery white lake water would occasionally form waves. The silvery white star demon would occasionally leap up and notice the black-robed Jiang Changkong. Roar! The star demon roared and pounced over, stirring up the power of the lunar star. Jiang Changkong stepped forward, and the power of ice instantly froze the charging star demon. Ji Shuiwa, come out and have a chat. Jiang Changkong's voice was cold. I know you're here. I'm here to fulfill the bet. There was no response from the lunar lake. Instead, the star demon charged over one after another. In the end, you have not cultivated the lunar astral body and broken through to high tier. I've been here before, and there are some places that even I don't dare to set foot in. Jiang Changkong froze the star demon and continued. If I attract the killing intent of this place, do you think you can survive? Buzz. The lake water rippled and the moon rose high. A beautiful figure split the water of the lunar lake and slowly rose into the air. She stepped on the silvery white lake surface, and a trace of surprise appeared on her fair face. How did you know I was here? This person was the Ji clan's Ji Shuiwa. Are you sure you want to chat here? Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Choose a place, Ji Shuiwa said indifferently. Jiang Changkong took the lead and charged into the lunar frost pond, and Ji Shuiwa followed closely behind. He waved his hand, and an invisible wave of star power wrapped around Ji Shuiwa. Don't resist. Ji Shuiwa was shocked. She actually followed Jiang Changkong and flew into the air. High-tier martial artist? No, if it was a high-tier martial artist, he could kill me with one finger. When they reached the depths of the swamp, Jiang Changkong brought her down and stepped on the weeds. Self-directed and self-acted drama to shift the blame onto me? Jiang Changkong's tone was ice-cold. Let's go with the flow. Jian Shui, you said coldly. Back then, there was indeed someone who attacked me with the extreme Yin sword and you guy. That person isn't Yuan Shurta. Jiang Changkong sneered. I'm not sure. Ji Shui, you faintly said. But it's you that makes me suspicious. Your strength is no less than that person's. Then why did you come out with me? Jiang Changkong frowned. Please show me your you guy, said Ji Shuiwa. Jiang Changkong waved his hand, and the Tai Yin sword appeared. The you guy swayed. That's enough, said Ji Shuiwa. Is there something wrong with that person's you guy? Jiang Changkong asked. It's fake. His sword is inferior to yours. Your sword contains the terrifying power of the lunar astral. Han Shui, you said, but this doesn't clear your name. Do I need to clear my name? Jiang Changkong stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The power of the lunar astral floated around him. Even if it's me, what can you do? You're so arrogant just because you've improved a little? Jian Shui, you sneered. You came to fulfill the bet today. Fine. If I can't defeat you with 3 palm strikes, I'll give you the astral stone. If I can defeat you, you'll do this for me. Oh, up until now, I've only received 2 more palm strikes? Jiang Changkong sneered. He withdrew his sword and saber and released a cold aura. I'll take 3 palm strikes from you. If I can't, I'll do this for you. A cold expression appeared on Ji Shuiwa's face. Cold light floated and moonlight shone on her palm. Extreme Yin strike. It was an ordinary extreme Yin strike. Although it contained terrifying power, it didn't have any amplification. Jiang Changkong was so angry that he laughed. What a great province's genius. You underestimate me with an ordinary palm strike. He raised his right palm, and extreme Yin power gathered in his palm. Although he didn't use any moves, he used 80% of his power. Buzz. When the 2 palms touched, a strange pressure attacked. Jiang Changkong's palm power was weakened. Fortunately, he had reached the middle stage of the star spirit realm. 80% of his power was stronger than before. Bang! The 2 palms separated, and the 2 retreated a few steps at the same time. Silver-white ice appeared on Jiang Changkong's palm. A hint of surprise appeared on Ji Shuiwa's cold face. Not bad. I can't defeat you with 80% of my power. Jiang Changkong squinted his eyes. That suppressive power came from the extreme Yin astral body? They used the same 80% of their power, but because of the suppression, he was at a slight disadvantage. Yes. Now do you admit defeat? Ji Shua said arrogantly. Just now I used 80% of my power, Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Then you still lost, Ji Shua shouted. She raised her palm, and moonlight shone in the sky. Bright moon returns to dust. Thousands of moonlight, like dust, gathered in an instant and turned into extreme Yin palm power, which was stronger than before. An invisible pressure swept over. Jiang Changkong's extreme Yin astral power was slightly suppressed. Graceful moon essence. Jiang Changkong's expression became serious. The moonlight turned into a saber and it flashed. Boom! The moonlight saber fell, colliding with the extreme Yin palm. Cold air spread out, freezing the area within 1,000 meters. A saber light pierced through the extreme Yin palm power, heading straight for Ji Shuiwe. But this saber had no power left, and was easily blocked by Ji Shuiwe. The boundless extreme Yin astral power surged. Jiang Changkong's figure floated up into the air. Ji Shuiwe's figure moved, and strange patterns appeared on her body to resist the astral power. After a long time, the astral power dissipated. Ji Shuiwe's expression darkened, and an unprecedented seriousness appeared on her face. Jiang Changkong floated down and said indifferently, "It seems that you can't defeat me with 3 palms. There is 1 more palm. I won't hold back." Ji Shuiwe's expression was cold, and the extreme Yin astral power shone brightly. "Come," Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Ji Shuiwe shouted in a low voice. She crossed her palms, drawing mysterious moonlight, and strange patterns bloomed on the surface of her body. Jiang Changkong's eyes suddenly became serious. Why were those strange patterns similar to the ones in the cold pond? A strange scene suddenly appeared in the air. Mysterious moonlight wove in the air, forming special patterns that shone with Ji Shuiwe's moon. The extreme Yin astral power was vast, and a bright moon shadow rose above her head, releasing endless divine light. Extreme Yin array, bright moon's sacred flower. With 1 palm, the mysterious moonlight gathered, and a huge pressure swept out, suppressing Jiang Changkong. Damn, this group of perverts really has a lot of tricks. Jiang Changkong's heart was gloomy. With just the cold moon art, he wouldn't be able to block this move unless he forced it. Thinking of this, Jiang Changkong had no choice but to secretly use the Tai Chi mysterious art. Graceful moon haze. The graceful blade combined with the power of the moon haze. Jiang Changkong reserved some power and used the Tai Chi mysterious art inside his body. Boom! The palm power and the blade light collided. The earth shook, the swamp froze, and the horrifying chi waves rushed out. Both sides flew back at the same time. Ji Shuiwe pressed her palm down, and the strange patterns on the surface of her body bloomed with light. It actually blocked the extreme Yin astral power. A part of the extreme Yin astral power that was not blocked rushed into her body, but it didn't cause any injury. Jiang Changkong quickly retreated, and the astral force that came into contact with him was completely neutralized. Seeing this, Ji Shuiwe was surprised. You also cultivated a part of the extreme Yin astral body? Can you resist the extreme Yin astral power? 3 palms have passed. Jiang Changkong said indifferently. He wouldn't say that he used the Tai Chi mysterious art. Ji Shuiwe only said 3 palms, but she didn't say that he could only use the extreme Yin astral power and the graceful blade. Now, he also knew a little about the little pervert's strength. He had been too confident before. Once he stepped into the star spirit realm, he couldn't defeat Ji Shuiwe with 1 palm. Even now, if he used his full strength and only used the extreme Yin astral power and the graceful blade to fight with Ji Shuiwe, he would most likely lose. Ji Shuiwe frowned. She waved her hand, and the star stones piled up. Here. Chapter 192. Jian Shuiwe gave him the star stones without hesitation. Jiang Chongkong took them all. 6,000 pieces of 5th grade upper grade star stones and 180,000 essence qi. It was enough for him to reach the initial level of the remaining 4 martial arts. After leveling up, he should be able to suppress Jian Shuiwe. As for beating her, he didn't know if he could do that. If Jian Shuiwe didn't have other powerful techniques, he should be able to defeat her easily. You're very strong. This time, I'm asking for your help, Jian Shuiwe said. Since he was strong enough and couldn't suppress her, he could only invite her. No, I'm not interested. Jiang Chongkong waved his hand. There are star stones after this. Plus, you might not be able to get out of this mess, Jian Shuiwe said. What? You want to get me involved? Jiang Chongkong said coldly. In every generation, there are people who like to use illegal means to eliminate their competitors. Jian Shuiwe said calmly, this time the person who attacked me might also attack you. The geniuses of the other forces will have the same experience as you? Jiang Chongkong raised his eyebrows. Unless they hide, it's hard to avoid it. Jian Shuiwe said coldly, in the previous generation, there were geniuses who fell in the hands of those people. You big forces didn't find out who did it? Jiang Chongkong frowned. Is it some big force? I'm not sure. They killed many people, but they didn't kill all of them. You have such talent, so they won't let you go. Jian Shuiwe said indifferently, they copied your weapon. Obviously, they want to pit us against each other and kill each other. Jiang Chongkong fell into contemplation. What Jian Shuiwe said was right. They obviously wanted to drag him into this vortex. Even if he wanted to avoid it, he couldn't. I won't show up. I can ask Chongkong to help you, Jiang Chongkong said indifferently. Jiang Chongkong? He's weaker than you, but he has this ability? Jian Shuiwe frowned slightly. That's just him being modest. If we really fight, I might not be his opponent, Jiang Chongkong said indifferently. Okay, I'll give you 6,000 pieces of 5th grade upper grade star stones after this. Jian Shuiwe thought for a moment, then nodded and said, What do you plan to do? If we don't do anything, Chongkong will fight for the mine. We'll just kill whoever appears. Jiang Chongkong said, If they really want to kill you and me, they will do it again. Ji Shuiwe nodded. Jiang Chongkong then told her about his encounter with the black-robed man in the extreme frigid pond. Since that is the case, then there is no need for me to stay in the lunar frigid pond. Let's go together and fight for the mine. Ji Shuiwe said. She paused for a moment and then continued. But you have to promise me one thing. After this, follow me into the cold pond to get the treasure. You really have a lot of conditions, but the star stones are too little, Jiang Chongkong said with dissatisfaction. This is related to you and me. If we don't cooperate, you will have to make a move, said Ji Shuiwe coldly. She wasn't a fool. Fine, it's settled then. I'll take my leave first. Jiang Chongkong rose into the air and transformed into a beam of moonlight as he left. Han Shuiwe, why don't you take me with you, you bastard? Jiang Chongkong wasn't interested in taking her with him. He went straight to an uninhabited area and began to improve. 180,000 points of essence, qi and spirit were just enough for him to enter the initial level of 4 martial arts. With the improvement of the 4 martial arts, Jiang Chongkong's Stargate solidified again. When the astral spirit reached the peak, the Stargate would completely solidify. The astral power in his body would strengthen, condense, and transform to become stronger. The invincible Vajra body would enter the initial level, and the attacks of the early astral spirits could be completely ignored. Of course, little freaks like Ji Shuiwe were an exception. Their strength couldn't be measured by their cultivation level. The middle astral spirit had already cultivated some of the characteristics that only astral form warriors had. If it weren't for him, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was invincible among her peers. But now, except for him, who dared to say that he was invincible among his peers, the lines of power and the pure power in his body were all strengthening. Jiang Chankong's self-healing ability was also strengthening. Apart from these, the integration of the astral power and his soul had also deepened. Feeling the increase in strength, Jiang Chankong estimated the gap between himself and the previous one. It would not be a problem to beat him up. As for the early-stage star spirit, he could even kill him in seconds. It wouldn't be a problem to deal with ordinary peak-level astral spirits, but it was definitely not enough to deal with little freaks like Ji Shui. So, although I'm stronger than little freaks of the same level, I'm not strong enough to completely ignore them. I just don't know whether Ji Shui's strength is at the peak of the middle astral spirit or just entered the middle astral spirit. Jiang Chankong pondered. He could easily beat Ji Shui, but if there were too many of them, he wouldn't be a match for them. There were two ways to ignore the numbers and beat a bunch of freaks. One was to learn new martial arts and see if his astral power could increase. Otherwise, he would raise his cultivation level and beat them up. Both methods were very difficult. He didn't know what to learn new martial arts. For defense, he had the invincible Vajra body for attack, and Tai Chi, no matter how he thought about it, he seemed to be lacking powerful palm and leg techniques. Although Tai Chi was a fist technique, its biggest function was to dispel force. Never mind, I'll think about it later. If I encounter something, I'll make up for it. Of course, I have to have essence, Qi, and spirit. Jiang Chankong shook his head. It was slow enough to level up. He didn't want to learn martial arts that weren't particularly good. Jiang Chankong, middle astral spirit middle rank, upper grade martial arts. Invincible Vajra divine art. Initial success, 1/225000 Tai Chi mysterious art. Initial success, 1/225000 3 strikes of grace. Initial success, 1/225000 blazing sun art. Initial success, 1/225000 Yuling art. Initial success, 1/225000 cold moon art. Initial success, 1/225000 essence, Qi, and spirit. 17153 inch it's time to go to the institute. After checking his data, Jiang Chankong soared into the sky. As soon as he arrived at the institute, the door opened. Professor Yun took out some star stones and threw them to him. Take care of them. If you want to know about Sin Realm, I advise you to save them. Okay. Jiang Chankong thought about it and didn't extract essence, Qi, and spirit. He already knew some things about Sin Realm, so he had some ideas. A bunch of fat pigs with countless starstones. Who wouldn't want to grab some? Hearing what Professor Yun said, he might need starstones, so he might as well save them. Of course, he would use them when he needed them. What's the result? Professor Yun asked. As you expected, Ji Shui is there. I've already talked to her. She'll come out tomorrow, Jiang Chankong said. Professor Yun nodded. I won't ask about your business. Don't involve the institute. Of course, Jiang Chankong said. He paused and asked, Is there any news about Su Hingji? The information is here. Tang Ruashi took out a phone and passed it to him. Jiang Chankong checked. Su Xinghe did not lie. Professor Yin even found out something that he did not know. Someone purposely provoked Su Hingji and made him commit a crime? Jiang Chankong looked at the information with a surprised look. Su Hingji initially thought that his son was killed by mistake. Someone told him that it was intentional, but there was no evidence. After that, they fanned the flames. How could Su Hingji endure it? He directly killed him, and after that he was thrown into the Sin domain. Professor Yun's expression was calm. It's not just him. Yun Bugue is not that muddle-headed. It's just that the other party did it secretly. We can't find out who it is. Jiang Chankong put down his phone. Why did the other party do it? Could it be that there were too few fat pigs in Sin Realm and they wanted to raise more? If that was the case, the Federation, the various powerhouses, that shouldn't be right. If that was the case, the Federation would be too shady. Who would be able to stand up for them? Seeing that Jiang Chankong's expression was not right, Professor Yin seemed to know what he was thinking. This matter is hard to investigate. The people from the big powerhouses have been tricked before. They dare to make a move on the people from the big powerhouses? Jiang Changkong was shocked. Professor Yin shook his head and did not say anything. Chapter 193. Finally, Professor Yin did not continue. If he were to continue, it would be classified information. Jiang Changkong only knew that most of the prodigies of the big powerhouses that entered Sin Domain for committing crimes were dead, and only a few survived. With regards to the people behind the scenes, Jiang Changkong did not have the confidence to play with them. But if they wanted to deal with him, they had to leave their lives behind. Now that Jian Shuiyu had taken the initiative to come out, the person had a direct target, and believed that he would not be able to hold back. After thinking for a while, he realized that there was nothing to think about, and went to sleep. He studied all the rooms that were prepared for him, and everything was there. After a night of silence, Jiang Changkong was awoken by a knock on the door. "Sister Ruoshi, so early?" Jiang Changkong opened the door and said bitterly, "I haven't had a good sleep in a long time. I don't want to wake you either. Think of a way to escape." Tang Ruoshi's expression congealed as she pointed to the door. "Jian Shuiyu is here. She wants you to hand over Jiang Changyue. If not, she will tear you apart." This young lady. Jiang Changkong frowned, but immediately revealed a smile. "Then I will go and teach her a lesson." With that, he walked towards the research facility. Tang Ruoshi was slightly taken aback, but she quickly followed. Outside the research facility, a group of people surrounded the entrance. Jian Shuiyu had a bright moon image above her head, her expression cold. Beside her were Ji Youngsung, Ma Yingde, and Ndingbang. Yao Meng and Li Changtian did not come, as the matter was under the name of the Ma family, and Jian Shuiyu did not need their help. In the living room of the research facility, Professor Yin drank his tea calmly, without a hint of panic. Occasionally he would look outside and even give a smile. Jiang Changkong walked out of the door and looked at the group of people outside, no less than 100. "What's wrong? Did President and bring the entire martial arts tournament here?" Jiang Changkong chuckled and said disdainfully, "Wasn't the previous lesson enough? Do you still think numbers will work on me?" "Chang Kaisheng, I'm just here to show off." And Dingbang smiled embarrassedly, but before he could finish his words, he sensed a cold intent, so he immediately changed his words. "The one surnamed Jiang, be tactful and hand over Jiang Changyue. Then our Miss Jian Shui, you won't make things difficult for you." Jiang Changkong, "Did you forget the pain after the scar healed? You're asking for a beating again." Yan Shuiyu took a step forward and said with her head held high, "No need to talk nonsense. I, Yan Shuiyu, hand over Jiang Changyue." I, Jiang Changkong, transfer the money, although he wanted to say that he decided against it. Jiang Changkong looked at him indifferently. "Changyue has no enmity with you. You're being unreasonable. I saw it with my own eyes that day. He was the one who ambushed me. How could I be wrong? The Taiyin sword, Yu Gai, and the power of the Taiyin astral is not shallow." Jian Shuiyu said coldly, "If you don't hand over Jiang Changyue today, then you'll have to pay for his crimes." What a joke. It wasn't Changyue who did it. Even if it was, what can you do to me? Jiang Changkong snorted, and a scorching astral power swept out. "If Changyue wants to kill you, I'll personally send you to hell." What the F***CK? And Dingbang was dumbfounded. What the F***CK was going on? This was a barrel of dynamite, exploding at the slightest touch? Shi Yongxing was dumbfounded, and Mingde was dumbfounded. Was Jiang Changkong so arrogant? In the distance, Yao Meng and Nan Tianpang were dumbfounded. Since when did Jiang Changkong become so hot-tempered? "I told you, Jiang Changkong has no limits. He won't give face to anyone." Li Changtian looked like he had expected it. Ji Chengming nodded. "That's right. This guy is lawless and arrogant." Yao Meng took a deep breath and said, "Let's keep watching." Outside the research institute, The wind and clouds were raging. The sun and the moon were intertwining, and the two astral powers were colliding in the air. The power of the moon was extremely cold, and the power of the sun was scorching hot. The battle of extreme powers and the invisible pressure made the martial artists around hurried to step back. Jian Shui's face darkened, and he was about to attack. Jian Shui waved her hand and said proudly, "Uncle Da, step back. I can suppress a puny Jiang Chongkong with a flip of my hand." Jiang Chongkong didn't back down. He said coldly, "I'd like to see if the little heavenly talent of the Ji family can take one attack from me." "You too, go fight somewhere else," Professor Yin said. They didn't want to destroy the stronghold she had worked so hard to build. This wasn't the research institute. Without prior arrangements, it couldn't withstand the attack of a peak astral spirit. "Today, I'll show you what a heavenly talent is." Jian Shui snorted. Moonlight shone under her feet, and she flew into the distance. "I'll also show you how high the sky is." Jiang Chongkong flicked his sleeves and flew into the air. His speed was faster than Jian Shui's. This time, he had only used 70% of his strength. "They're really going to fight." "Let's go," Yao Meng and the others said. "What's there to see? Jiang Chongkong is going to lose. Jian Shui's strength is not something a peak astral spirit can compare to." Li Changtian said disdainfully. Before, Jiang Chongkong and Jiang Chongyue only managed to kill a peak astral spirit when they joined forces. The two of them, one in front of the other, left the residence and stopped in the wild. Jiang Chongkong floated in the air, looking down at Jian Shui from a height of 3 feet. Jian Shui said expressionlessly, "I'll give you one last chance. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down and admit your mistake." Jiang Chongkong said coldly. Jian Shui's face turned cold. She crossed her palms and drew a mysterious moonlight. Mysterious patterns appeared on her body. Moon formation, bright moon divine light. The moonlight formed a star formation, attracting thousands of starlight. "Don't be like this. You're going to use your full strength the moment you attack? Are you playing with me for real, or are you just playing with me? Jiang Chongkong is courting death. Shui, you came in anger, and he's still so arrogant." Ji Youngsung sneered. "He's dead. No one can save him." Lu De nodded in agreement. Yao Meng's expression changed. "Aunt Lu, try your best to save Jiang Chongkong." Lu Min frowned. "That will offend Jian Shuiyu and the Ji family." "I'll explain," Yao Meng said in a low voice. Nan Tianwang watched nervously. "Chongkong is very unwise this time. I hope he can survive." In energy, bright moon divine light palm. He did not hold back at all. Jiang Chongyue said that Jiang Chongkong had become stronger. His palm should not be able to kill him. That was the only way to make it look real. Jiang Chongkong snorted. He did not use any saber skills, but responded with a palm of his own. This time, it was a pure burning sun palm. Although he did not use any moves, he had achieved initial success in all 6 martial arts. He also wanted to know if he could suppress Jian Shuiyu with only 70% of his astral power. He made up his mind and pressed down with his palm. The majestic, burning sun astral power was boundless. Jiang Chongkong seemed to have turned into the sun. Jian Shui, you released the astral power of the moon and formed a bright moon to protect her. Sun and moon battle. Rumble. The light of the sun and moon shook the earth. The ground cracked and dust flew. Thousands of meters away, people could feel the earth shaking. The cold and heat intertwined. The ground cracked, and the cracks extended for hundreds of meters. While everyone was shocked, a scorching aura rose. The sun shone in the sky, suppressing the moon. Golden light shone through the dust. Under the sun, Jiang Chongkong pressed down with his palm. Jian Shui's expression was solemn. Her feet had already sunk into the ground, and blood was seeping from the corner of her mouth. Mississippi Luda's expression changed. He rushed to Jian Shuiyu. How is that possible? Lu Min's expression changed. Jian Shuiyu was suppressed? Yao Meng and the others looked at the scene in disbelief.